All I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
Thank you. John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
You make a big deal of the guns, but how come they're not charged outright or with obliterating Syria? Because that's
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
What part of his business empire is exposed before Richard?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Pretty good guy.
I wanted to do it this week. Let me do it this way. Maybe like a couple inches, but it's just a walk around.
Yeah.
But just really excited.
Technically they can for lunch. No, they just put in a petition to not, for him not to be released. Like, oh.
Hey, Tim, hear what Israeli would like to do with those?
What?
They sabotage Hezbollah's, Israel probably has sabotaged Hezbollah's pages and made the lithium batteries overheat. You used to restaurant there, right? Do you have her number?
It's kind of cool. You know you can just run inside, right? You just gotta leave your cameras. Yeah. You just gotta leave your cameras. You can just run inside and
What's her name?
you gotta go through the other door and it's like right to the left.
You said there's bathroom.
You just go inside. there a jury room right here? Right when you pass the max. We talking this place? Right here. Yeah, you just gotta go on to the side. Or you could just go across the street. It's closer. Dean, there's that one and there's that one. There's the options. Ground zero for Coke. You heard, Dean?
What's that?
The other option is the bathroom and the park.
I'll pass for that one.
Huh? Oh no, he was arrested. No, he's been in New York for the past couple of days. He was in Washington Square Park, I think he said. Yeah. Yeah. I think he was in Washington. I think it was either Friday or Saturday. He was like he was like in Westport on Sunday. Yeah. But the thing is, it wasn't supposed to happen since and they picked him up. Yeah, there'll be a couple of hearings and whatever, trial will be set. I would say December. Yeah, you know, great times. Tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, that's where he was going for a while. This is just, let me get a little bit of freedom. Let me see, get a little bit of a change of scene. That's all it is, because he knows he's not coming out of this. The only thing I can think of is like an escalation, like, you know, oh, I did this and I got away with it. And it just keeps on escalating. And then you got people that start catering to your shit and all of that. So then they get like this demented, distorted version of what the world is. Yeah. These aren't regular people, you know, such as like pimps aren't regular people, murderers aren't regular people. You know, there's different levels of fucked upness.
Start grabbing my microphone.
The two of them, no, just looking at body language. Two of them seem pretty reserved. And there was one that you can see that yeah. I'm not I think it is him. Like, it just goes back to like, we don't really know how fucked up never date.
Where'd you go?
I would never date one of my son's exes. Yeah, you know, and like this guy, and he did. He did. So, he's got it down. Yeah, 15 minutes. Sit down here. Give me some. Salad, yeah. You only get one fork? Sure, it's not in there. They gave one fork? So what the fuck? me and Yuki gotta share the fork. Wait, are they what?
We got frog noodles with chicken. What do you get?
I got a salad in there. I'm probably out now.
Bill.
She had a fork in her bag. Like I said, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, dude. Some cyanide is not good.
It's only new. It's only new.
Yeah. We got a nice amount of things like.
So, one thing I asked you, does she like the second generation a lot?
Yeah.
Is it faster and sharper?
It's a lot better.
And it's pretty light.
Nope. That's the big trade-off. The weight.
Can you carry 1.4 with you?
I have a 210.
And that's still pretty sharp? Sharp enough?
Sharp enough if it gets a little wonky and weird when it's light with it. Yeah. But I rarely use it. It's like kind of stuck in a wheel. That's what it has to do.
Imagine if he remanded like a government one. Would he get nothing?
They put in paperwork.
This is in state court where some liberal judge would say, off you go.
I really doubt it though. I really doubt it.
Prosecutors are cheap.
Yeah, but prosecutors always.
Unless you brag.
Prosecutors always try to see for the remand. I mean for the remand.
It's a different guy.
Is it the same guy?
No, different guy.
We have another case.
I'm trying to see if that's the guy.
No, it's not him.
No, I know who
Different
that.
one.
No, I know who that
Oh,
is.
seriously? He's from your college?
He's originally from the Bronx, and you'll always see him running around doing the crow noises.
Are you serious?
So one day I stopped him and I had a long conversation with him. He's not as fucking demented as just.
It's a fashion suit, though. It's not you know?
No, he's not really all that either.
No?
Don't.
Really?
Yeah, all right. So,
Kind of looks like it to me.
so the story he told me was, he said he used to live in Yonkers, and one day he had to walk somewhere. He ended up getting fired from his job. He was walking home, and he had to walk through, like, you know, the highway overpass.
Yeah.
So he was walking through the underpass, and there was a bunch of crows. They started crowing at him, and he started crowing back. And he said he went about his day. When he got home, went to sleep.
Kept crowing?
Then woke up the next day that there was crows outside.
That's funny. That's
So
funny.
he said ever since then.
Since his destiny?
Yeah, and ever since then
All right.
he just started.
All right, what? There's all kinds. Sure, he could be an influencer. At this stage of society.
He is a crow whisperer.
He got fucked up really bad during Vietnam. He got beat up. He was crowing, people were telling him to get out of here, you know, you're being weird, and he argued back with a lot of protesters, and he ended up getting beat up.
I mean, that's, but like New York, you gotta love it or hate it.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I think I hate it. It's just, it's ridiculous. You can't
always
even go
something.
about your day in a normal fashion anymore.
Yeah.
It's too much. And it's going to be personal. That's just hate to say it. It'll be politics, but you know, like, probably gets in. The cities, everything is just, no, I have the rights, my education, my whole life I'm rock was. I don't know what I am now. Well, that is true. Lose it that, you know. Well, I agree with you. But, you know,
You mentioned you got video of Diddy getting arrested at his hotel. Someone who makes a lot of money.
I didn't even see a photo. Just like 3 hours before of him, like, taking selfies.
There's never no moderation, it's always one extreme or the other.
And they probably got him out so quietly.
one's over here and one's over here. And so who cares who's in office because they don't have any bills that mean anything to anybody. You know, that seems to be more and more true, you know.
That thing will make it into the year.
That looks like a Twinkie. They still make those?
Thought this was like a running gun, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock gun.
Dude, I thought we were going to be done by 11:30.
I thought we were done by 9:30.
That's what I thought. I'm like, it's between 8 and...
Everybody can't see you.
Something I thought this would open at 9, but I think that's just when somebody else always showed up, right?
They open at 8.
Apparently, Diddy is a very deprived individual. Apparently, Diddy's quite deprived based on the indictment saying that he had some really nasty kinky sex habits.
I saw 1,000 photos of body oil.
Nothing good goes there.
No, no way.
How's your neighborhood doing?
I thought you were talking about tomorrow.
You know, I don't want to live there.
I would never.
Nobody wants to live there.
I won't even go to that stop.
There's 50 drug addicts waiting to go. I don't want to be there.
You don't even have to line
I
up.
won't get on that stop. I'll go in the queue and I'll walk that way.
I will generally do that as well, but there's times I have to use that West Ford.
Oh, I can.
No, I tweet the mayor every single day for the 8 addicts that stand outside of West Ford and say, why is this acceptable?
He's going.
Anywhere
He's
in the city,
going.
but let alone.
No. He's going down. He's going down. He's going down. He won't be around. He's going down. I just
Next one comes, even worse.
I just saw Diddy's kids. I didn't even know they were Diddy's kids. All of a sudden I went because I got scared. Scared. They're over there.
Were they in the back?
No, I was here for a Robert Kennedy thing. Oh, kids came out.
Originally 9.
I need a decent camera. This is the one. Did you get it? You have another list? The regular one? I know. Kids were scary. They just stared. I was just sitting there talking to my friend on the phone. You can turn around. I'm just giving you the heads up. It's okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this back in my car. One notification. Little Diddy. What notification?
Did you do any fashion? Did you do any fashion? I know. Ruth Ann changed over. Ruth Ann's working for a what do you call it? Cell company or something, a phone thing. I'm just saying, it's the way. Oh, there's what's his name? The little one, what's his name?
You sound like it's 4 hours today.
Tomorrow's Henry's birthday. Haven't heard from Henry in 4 years. Henry, remember him? Remember Henry? Henry Lamb.
Why would you bring that up to me?
Because he's over here and he lives with me. Because he lives with me. Oh, I didn't know you did. I didn't know. Oh, I know.
And I want to
Yeah.
people. I put them out of my life 20 years ago.
Well, 4 years ago for me.
Like I said, I thought this was going to be like, the arraignments were like,
Were you surprised it happened? No. I mean, they've been going after him for
8 months already.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I
He can't.
didn't think of that of him years ago. So he seemed relatively professional.
Jennifer Lopez is probably all happy that she made her thing over there.
She got out of there the day after.
You
got out of there fast.
I was there. I was there when that thing happened.
Wow.
Yep. I was at the police department. It was cold. I was going into the thing, and I was putting cups. I was putting what?
Cups?
Yep. And I was putting my feet. I put my feet under the hot water because it was so cold waiting. Seems to not. Oh, you look. Is he leaving? You leaving?
For a little bit, yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna keep my step.
okay. And if something happens in that time, well, I mean, whatever. I mean, the universe always gives me.
Well, that's my spot. Dave said
I don't even know if I'm
Well, I mean, I'm not actually. Sometimes things happen strangely in the universe.
my whip. Don't come over. Not yet. When the ball starts cracking the whip, you hear it. Thing is, you know, the legs sticking out, so something like
Legs, tripod. Every day I report it every day.
Angela.
Because I wanted on.
Do you guys have a writer inside?
Yeah. And when you kids, they just walk right over the body. So one of them gets attracted.
That's what amazes me. Walking down there all the time. Waiting in line.
There are all these little white kids from Jersey. I don't understand.
Barron. How about Barron? Barron's going down. I don't know. What was that? Oh, yeah. Exactly. When they were around, they were in this big line. I said, what are you waiting for? They said pizza. I said, what's so good about pizza? I don't know. I never had it. But they were waiting in line. It would take 2 hours. I said, this is the land of pizza. You can be anywhere.
Somebody must have come out.
The kids came out.
When was that?
The kids came out. I saw that.
That's 25 minutes.
Yeah, but if he's been indicted, that means he's already there in that process already. So what are we waiting for? We're waiting for him to be
Or they might have him detained until the trial. Yeah, hello, how are you?
But if that's happening, there's no reason for us to be here.
Well, we don't know, but it's like that's what AP like said. Federal prosecutors say they will seek to have him detained while he waits.
Did you find yourself a spot yet?
How are you? I'm not serious about it. I was in a Robin Kennedy thing. I just walked over here.
But we don't know.
You might not stay for the whole thing.
I'm sure she knows.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, somebody else was, and they went into lunch. I mean, I'll be here.
No, I'm just kidding.
Something strange could happen, and I discuss it. That's all. I'm not invested. How are you doing? Last time I saw you was at the gay parade. Remember? Last time I saw you was at the gay parade.
You did what?
I was at the gay parade. That's when we saw each other on 6th Avenue. I was going to my gym, and then I was there when we
June
talked.
25th or something.
I don't know when it was.
Yeah. It's always late June.
Yeah. Oh, they've built some great Chinese restaurants around here. I used to come here a lot.
It's all like so much sugar in these things. Gives me gas.
Oh, no.
There's some vegan restaurants, and you're thinking like, oh, it's vegan, it must be so good, and they put so much sugar in this stuff to give it more flavor, and I'm like, wow, and I get always like bad grease stuffing.
Well, I've been in the health food store lately. Everything on there is junk. There's this place, somebody used to be okay.
Lifetime.
They pack everything back there. It's loaded with sugar and fat and shit. And I'm not even forget about health, but they also.
The only thing I try to do every day is try to drink celery, beet, carrots. Yeah.
When do you have to go back?
Sugar or salt, that's what they pack everything with.
Trying to avoid sugar is so hard. I'm a good consumer. I mean,
But he
I
has
try
been
not to
indicted.
have it. No.
Well, yes, he's been indicted. Sorry, he hasn't been arraigned.
There's too many terminologies.
Trust me, I thought it was going to be the same thing. I thought it was going to be. I was like,
Too bad.
And it could be from nothing. It could be from nothing. You may not even know Gary had they wanted to be alone with 12 kids and it was scary. I was sitting there calling the neighbors, and I didn't know. I just felt this wave in all this.
No, the one that's good, a good substitute for these, that if you want to go light, is the Sony. The Sony RX100.
Is that the one with the
Somebody wanted me
It's
the built-in lens?
and I said, I'll
Yes,
just use my cell phone. They said, no, they
It's,
want
it's
oh,
similar.
it's like that.
It's similar to this
My
size.
friend has an Olympus lens.
Is that the 7?
No, there's a Rico.
You don't want it. You're shooting it you don't want it.
No, I got the 7. What you told me? Like it's just like that. The
Yeah.
built-in zoom, 24 to
200. The 70, the RX100 is 20. Is equivalent to these two lenses on a smaller body. Yeah, but it's on this side.
and the 7 has a mic on it.
But when it's that small, you just go and shoot it. They don't want you to bring in your camera. They want to do that.
I used
Wear
to.
this, keep that with you, and then you shoot it.
I don't know if it's even. Man, look, I like the
You know how many times I shot like silence with, because I have the first version of the RX100. Now they're like on version 7. The first one, I used to shoot silence all the time, and it was just like me. Nobody ever did a camera.
No, it's the same thing as I think it's the 7 you're talking about. It's a 1-inch sensor.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest with you, this camera's out here with the same sensor.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which one is it?
It's the RX100, but it's the
version 7.
Version 7. Yeah. So the version 7, I got it now because it has a microphone.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you something. I've shot this and posted and published it. On the level that it is, as long as it, you don't have to be the perfect thing, but you got the shot, so.
I have a friend that's.
it's like $1,400 bucks. So for a little camera,
What do you do that lens?
nah, that's not what that's for. Like you said, it's fixed, 24. Not fixed, but it's a zoom. It's built-in zoom. 24 to 200. Yeah, it's good. It's very good.
Camera. I have a friend that.
I bought it just to travel overseas. My kids really take gear.
I just never bring this on. I can't carry anything.
No, I have a friend right now that he's based in Dubai. It's so strict over there. You have privacy laws and so forth. So he uses the RX100. He works for Reuters. RX100. Sergeant Major B7. Colonel Flurry. It's $1,200. Was it 24 to 70? But you. That means 24 to 200. I'm sorry, 24 to 200. No, yeah, it's really, really good. It's about the size of this one. I've had Olympus. This is I'm gonna spend money on something for like that I want to use for work, I would buy this. Yeah, you could. So yeah, they consider this camera the baby version of this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I gotta get mine still.
No, it's really, really.
If I carry anything with me, that's funny.
Keep forgetting to fill out
Carry it.
Is there an expiration on how long we can
All these years.
Probably not.
Yeah, no, it is. So look, this is it here.
Really?
1200. So like the screen flips all the way around. Yeah. It has the pop-up viewfinder. You can put it up to your eye. It has a little touch on the viewfinder. Yeah. I can't remember. They've switched it a couple of times, so I'm not sure if this one has a price. I think it does. I think this one.
That's incredible. I wish I was up there.
Yeah, it'll be decent. It'll be good enough. It won't be like a big flash. But if you're somewhere, yeah.
Like a view like that.
You know, it won't be anything like when you're shooting. You're trying to get a purple off in the middle of the night and they're walking out. No, like in an event or something like that. See. For sure.
I didn't bring anything because I was like, weird. Yeah.
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 Glasgow. Her name again. It could be till 5. Exactly.
I'll be like, "Hey."
What was her name again? Helen? Sarah Palin. That's what I was going to. Remember she was in Britain? He said he let take her out.
I got a party to shoot tonight, and I'm like hating myself for saying yes. I hate myself for saying yes.
That's too much.
No, we care about too much go, but I'll be like,
I'll be right back. Yeah.
One and done. Every time I think it's going to be quick, it's never quick. I don't think it's going to be quick.
You never know what this whole thing was going to be. They promised me that we would be in the morning and it was come out last night. We go to his hotel and get him here to go back to his hotel. After that. That's how I think. 7 p.m. my gym.
Right now, they're just doing tactical negotiating.
You have to go back home.
First ones they let it go which that's what they're going to be negotiating. All right, we're going to go there. All right, we'll turn in all our passports. We'll turn in all the passports.
And then they let him go home.
And, you know, all right, what's the bill going to be? Oh, 25 million. No, we want 75. You know, all of that.
At 9 a.m. when
They'll negotiate all of that to 2:30, come back, and then it's all done.
And now it's 12:30.
What? It'll be an in and out when it does happen. In and out. It'll be in and out when this happens. Whenever it does happen.
That's what's so infuriating about it. It's waiting every 7 hours. 5 minutes.
U.S.
Degree of
I'm in my hotspot, but I'm not dying. He's a lawyer. He represented. Can't remember. I want to say Weinstein.
He's a lawyer who wants to be recognized. He wants
We
to
all
stand
do.
out.
Who are you guys with?
I just came from a Robert Kennedy thing. Oh, you with him?
No, I'm
You're
not
just-
with them.
But you're just subtle. And he's
Yeah.
he has to be a Leo. He has to kind of stand out.
I think they followed it.
He's over here. He's hiding there.
They can do things we can't. Like,
There's one across the street. I'm just being lazy. I don't want to go over there.
Be real.
Afraid something's gonna happen.
Real.
Real.
I was gonna tell you to give it to her.
Last time I did mine on Prime, so I got like more. You're invited. Did you take
Private little
photos?
ceremony. I'm thinking Cipriani on Wall Street.
What? Oh yeah,
Make it stop. What will make it stop? Too much. Shit going on. Now what's this with Billy Ellen?
Nothing. We don't need
Anna, Story. I know there's a lot going on, but there's some new Mexican mazes museum up on 106th Street doing a story on
I think I've seen him now. Last time. Red car, yeah. Actually, again? Oh, I talked to Inga about this last time I saw her, and she was like, I mean, we keep trying to be like, branding is important, but you know, not a journey.
cool brand champagne. We've been to some
Yeah, that was the thing. She was like, well, that's it. So apparently, I came that he was the mother was calling but yeah.
She's good. She is fucking rock. I had to go see a concert with her with Sean. Sean and the Flunkies.
Yeah, I saw Sean recently.
Where'd you find that?
Walks over. One. What else? What do you think of the boys, by the way? I finished it.
You finished it?
Cute.
I liked it.
Winning.
I know.
Is that the marriage?
I wish I could.
Yeah.
I liked it. I just next season's the last one. Right? They said.
Next one, yeah.
I'm just wondering how they're gonna wrap everything up.
I know. The last episode, I was like, I couldn't really tell what was going on. Like, I couldn't predict it. You know, like I was like,
Yeah.
Anyway, but they try to make like January 6th. They like one way and go back a different way with it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
I'm not really sure how they're gonna. I'm just like kind of like.
Not that he'd ever go back.
I gotta figure. I'm just trying to see how they. I'm trying to figure out how they're gonna put both the bow tie, the bow on it, and you know, wrap it all up, all in one season. It's a lot.
The question is, how much are they going to get by the end of it?
Yeah.
I kind of hope so.
I think everybody wants Homelander to be dead.
Yeah.
But I think his son is gonna just be just as fucking bad or worse.
I don't know. This whole season is like, I feel like it goes back and forth.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I don't know what to do.
And Butcher.
Yeah. He's just like, I actually like really hate him. I really like him.
Yeah. No, he became a real boost.
Go to
He's been going through a lot. Yeah, that second persona like fucked me up. I'm sorry, what? Yeah. I kinda had like I kinda suspected it a little bit because it was always only him and it, like them two, but I wasn't 100% sure about it until they really like confirmed it.
You're taking over Channel 2.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting.
You're the man. Thank you.
I overall liked it as well. I think my friend brought up that she thought it, like, especially the first two seasons, they did it so well in satire that like some people get more serious. Like, remember we were at that Trump rally talking about Poland?
Yeah.
I feel like it feels some people like that, and then this season, like, people were like,
Yeah. Yeah, because it was always satire.
yeah.
Network always like your life.
We're so good.
Yeah.
So funny. She was like, I thought that was insane. They're like, it's like adjacent, but not as on point.
Yeah.
But so good.
The one I'm not really liking is that new fake noir, black noir. I really don't like him.
Hey, I was over at a Robert Kennedy thing and I just walked over.
It's just like he's always just.
What's your Robert Kennedy?
No, he didn't come. My friend was testifying tonight. That's why I go there.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it talks up very well. When even like the characters when he started talking, and what the fuck you talking about?
They give that to Inside Edition. Right? They give it to Inside Edition when they shoot. Yeah. Those people came at 6:30. I was sitting down around the corner waiting for somebody, and all of a sudden this kid's came up. I didn't shoot it because I just like a shock.
He flies like he talks.
I don't think it's like that.
Oh, and I think Firecracker.
Crazy days back then.
We were the golden years, right? We were the golden years. You've been to Sammy? I talked to Sammy. I talked to Sammy all the time.
Oh, you didn't go?
I took him 2 days ago.
Did you see Susan?
What, you? Yeah, I heard you back to English. What's your first name again?
Peter. Pietro. Yes.
Pushing those boundaries kind of a little way.
Yeah, she likes playing that kind of satire on that.
Actually, I'll take a picture of you and then I'll send it to him.
The twins?
What?
It was
Twins? When they started for twins?
I think that character brings stuff like
Short blonde hair.
Yeah.
Good head said.
Oh, yeah. I don't know where they are. You said well. We did it.
We did it raw.
We did it raw.
It was fun.
Although it's not that they don't like
Have you been here since the morning?
Huh?
Have you been here since?
Yeah.
Yeah. What time? Like 6:30 in the morning?
reinforcing his habits.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Nobody even knows for sure he was going to walk out.
Nobody knows.
Right? Nobody knows, right?
Yeah.
But if you're working, then that's why I'm just like playing. So, yeah. But anyway, you have a spot?
Yes, always
Okay,
more.
let's see
He
it.
wants
Thanks for
more.
saying-
He
thanks
wants
for saying
more.
I'm like wondering if Sage played one game with him or not. Because at first I didn't understand her character. They're saying that whole like, it made a little
and she's supposed to be the smartest person in the world. Like, so it would make sense that she is playing the long game because it's chestnut checkers, you know, she's thinking of it that way. She's kind of freaking nut every time she's just like, yeah, like, what the fuck? You were kind of fucked up in your head too, but you're doing lobotomies for. She's like, what was it? Shoot me here or whatever the fuck it was. Huey always messed up with shit at his thing. I just hope, like, in the end, Huey comes out with, what's her name right now? His girlfriend. Yeah, I hope, like, you know, they just, like, it's the pants. It's the pants. They hide. I'm just a floating torso. From the Bronx. Can you see my legs? Can you see my legs? If you can see my legs, the camouflage is working.
Pants are fresh from Cabela's. Just came in. The new spring summer edition.
Can't do this right now. What are you going? Well, what are you saying about Danny?
No, I just hope like they kind of like when the season ends, it's like Annie's pregnant, they're having a baby, and they're just like going about their business. The boys.
Oh, I didn't see what we're talking about.
I just hope they like those two. They just like have a baby so you get married. And he tried to propose to her, and it was that crazy. And then she blamed him, and I'm like, then she blamed him, and I was like, yeah, that kind of tracks though. Women would do that shit.
Well, not they. Well, you think she did it on purpose? What?
No, like Annie getting pissed off at him for sleeping with the fake Annie. That,
Oh, like
that I forgot her name. The one that.
it's not rational. She was just like going through it, so like I think maybe that's where they wrote it from. I guess.
I know, but the thing is, it's like I was like, yeah, that kind of tracks. That was some shit that. These women. It's like, yeah, it's your fault. Like, what the fuck? I didn't know.
It was that, and then the party that I was talking about. I'm like, getting assaulted here, like.
Poor Huey. Oh yeah, man. The dungeon. Damn. I forgot about the dungeon.
I thought it was funny when they ended it, where like the other one got free, and then like came with a computer, and like they started doing Diddy.
Yeah, and that's when he broke.
I thought that was hilarious.
So we're giving. Oh, let's give money to BLM. It's like, oh no.
Very clever.
What I'm pissed off about right now is the Spider-Verse, man. They're pushing it back to 2026, 2027. So they're good. But don't. The first one ends where you can wait to see the second one. The second one ends on a cliffhanger, so you're like, oh shit, what happened? And nobody told me that, including my son, which saw it before me. So then I'm like, fuck, I want to know what happens next. And then it was like, oh no, 2025. And first it was 2024, then it was 2025, now it's 2027. I'm like, I know, I was like, by then I probably won't even care anymore. You know what show used to do that? Sopranos. They were horrible. Like, I used to get so upset. You never seen it? Really, one of the greatest shows. One of the worst endings ever.
Oh yeah.
And
We're still talking about that.
one of the worst endings ever to a show, and it was straight torture because the season would end and you would think it would pick up the next season, but no, they would be like, no, we're taking a break for 2 seasons. Huh? Dexter was good. I watched the first.
And I watched the original Shameless. Now everybody's.
Did they just say he's staying answer? I just texted you.
Oh, I haven't heard it.
No, check it out. Did anybody else hear that? Did he is not come out? Did he stay in? Somebody just texted me. I don't know if it's
Well, when he's
accurate.
staying, he's not going to sleep there. He'll probably come out the way the kids came out, which is
No,
not
I
here.
know. I'm saying if they're not giving bail, you're not going to see it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I got it.
Well, I haven't heard that.
No,
I don't know.
I don't have anything on
All
that.
right, because somebody just said that, and I'm like, where are you getting this from? We'll find out, I guess.
Did you guys see this story? This story is so fucked. Like, the world is so fucked. The French husband that he was drugging his wife over the span of like multiple years. He was drugging her, and then he was bringing men in to like rape her. She was completely unconscious, and obviously was not, because they caught him recording up a woman's skirt with his cell phone. Then when they took his phone, they found all these videos.
It's like a fair jumps and then they find out that they were a mass murderer.
No, but they also found pictures of his daughter, which then
It's getting worse.
yeah. So apparently he never did anything to his daughter, but he was like kind of starting to stalk her, and kind of do the same thing that he did to his wife, which is like, I'm like, what the
And his wife never had a clue.
He would drug her, and she would never.
Imagine you would feel after effects.
I would think so.
Even like the next day. But I guess maybe she blamed it on something else.
I think he was like drugging her and like mixing it with liquor. So I guess she was like thinking, oh yeah, I just had a little bit too much.
You don't mean that. You mean physically she's a woman who feels.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but she could blame it on her drunkenness, I guess.
I don't know.
Because I wouldn't jump to that conclusion.
So why'd you do it?
No comment.
Innocent.
Are you still waiting for P. Diddy?
Yep.
Did he ever come out?
Nope.
Oh my God. I did not have sex with that woman. Well, I mean, like, how could she jump to that conclusion? She had no idea. Like, that's a ridiculous conclusion.
No, they found the videos.
Right, I know, I'm saying, like, she probably just, like, was like, oh, blame it on something else because wouldn't come to the real thing so easily. But, yeah, that's fucked up.
No, it's like such a fucking violation of trust. Somebody you married, I'm assuming you.
I saw the Netflix thing with Liev Schreiber and Perfect Couple.
I read the story like 2 weeks
So
ago.
proper.
AP
Perfect.
just broke it down.
I love the six of them.
The story
Six
came
of them
out
in
like
one
about
night.
2 weeks ago.
I love him. I just think he's.
Yeah, because I love both of them.
Both of them.
Guardian?
Dakota Fanning.
That was her, right?
What?
That was her, right? I didn't even look. I was like, is that her?
She's the one
She
who
looked different. Yeah. I mean, look, it was a stupid soap opera. When the brother came, it got stupid. But it doesn't matter. I love soap operas, so I had no problem. It's not serious drama.
Yeah,
It was fun.
I loved it. I was able to do one.
They do it for money.
No. Just his own.
It'd be nice if they said
perverted-
that he's not getting bail and everybody could go home.
No, they didn't. This idiot
would
says,
be
"Oh, the
nice.
feds want that." I'm like, "Don't send me shit unless it's fact. We don't know what it is. Maybe we need to know when are they coming out and what's happening. I need to eat something, but I guess it's safe
And
to
look how
eat.
close you are.
No, there's nothing down
Doesn't
here.
say
There's
there's
absolutely
the-
nothing.
Oh, there are.
like
bakery.
skimming through
There's
it
a
to
dumpling
find out
place there. At least
how
it's
long it was.
I know.
Yeah.
It's greasy
I
crap.
know it was
No,
over-
that- but I mean,
I
there's,
got
the
Steve.
closest deli is
like a
way
decade.
over there or way over there. You'd
I
think
don't-
they would have something
I don't
right here.
hardly go into Lifetime anymore because he just.
There's no restaurant. There's no restaurant. Like, I'm not even gonna say how to. I'm not even
I
gonna say
don't like
how
to
to even
leave
get
because
there
you don't know what the
because
hell
there's
is
like
going
no
on.
He
restaurant.
never. That's the story of this thing. Always.
I mean,
I'm
I don't think
leaving
he's
a
gonna
certain point.
come out for lunch. You know, if the arraignment really is at 2:30, then I certainly have time. But I don't know. It's stupid to leave. You never know.
Never. I'm not that invested.
Not saying that it was.
Before I make more of an investment.
Not saying that it's any better.
I don't know why is this 5-hour
Part that
arraignment.
got-
That's how it is. I mean, whenever you come into something like this, you just the days you're, you know. Days
Not that I
yours.
did things or anything. It was the daughter. I have a daughter, so I guess that's why it affects me differently.
Saw a
That's one of
picture.
the court guys who actually knows.
I saw a picture of Sonia. She plays the VMAs. It's all in NASA. Did you go all the way out there?
Same way you thought about his wife.
She's all over the world. I mean, I can't believe it. One minute she's in South France, and she's.
I don't care what people do. Good for
No,
her.
I'm
she
just
finally
saying.
get the hell out
I
of
try
here.
not to rationalize.
Covering the shit every day with all that money. You
She
gotta be
just
crazy.
loves it. She loves it. No, she loves it. That's why.
I have no
Her
money.
case,
I
her
wouldn't
case
do
is
it.
totally different.
Yeah, we're sticking that right there. Make me up.
Could I have get a little hungry? What's your shake place taste like? Let me take a shake.
Hour and a half maybe. It starts.
Yeah.
An hour and a half.
I think what they're doing now is just backroom negotiating.
I'm not here for the long haul.
What's the bail? Are we gonna allow? You know, what's the bail? Okay.
They do that before the hearing?
Not normally, but in situations like this, they will. Like your lawyers, just to like avoid the argument in front of the judge, they'll go to a back room and they'll discuss their terms. All right.
And then they'll give him
If he-
100,000.
All right. I want bail. No,
They're
we
not
don't
to
want
be
no
trusted,
bail.
though,
Okay,
'cause they
we'll
were supposed to pick him
turn
up
in
this
the
morning, and they
passports.
took him last
Okay,
night.
so
That's weird.
all right, so we'll agree to $75 million bail. No, I want $50 million bail. You know,
I
it's
think
like
they're
back
shy
and
of
forth.
getting him at the hotel than this.
So everybody comes to like something they agree, and then they
Unless you
go
wanna
in front
be
of the
part
judge,
of the
present it,
whole
and it's done
scene.
quick, and they're out.
Right. What just confirmed? What just confirmed?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Did you see the pre-show time?
No,
9:30.
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Last week.
Oh yeah. But still, this is at 7
4
o'clock.
a.m. last time.
Yeah, but this is at 7 p.m.
You know about Harvey?
Yeah.
Weinstein?
Yeah, the current one.
Yeah, but he's not going. He's going to. I mean, I spent a whole 6 months with him coming in and out, and then that was enough for me.
I told you, you don't have to be there at 9:30.
Heartless bitch.
You don't have to be there. Where is he at?
I think he's at Bellevue. I know
Is he out
somebody
of the
works
hospital
there.
treatment or no?
I think I know somebody who works in Bellevue. He's there.
Well, at least you know he wasn't faking it. Yeah, an actual operation. Originally, I was like, this guy's faking it, man. All that for?
But we got all that stuff with him beforehand. Who cares? Now he's like, doesn't even look like that. And he doesn't have to go in and out like he went every day with us. So what's the point?
Crazy?
I'm glad I was there when I got it. So you know.
No, I'm gonna do zip cards. Getting the rental. There's a bunch of places.
It's the DJI version of GoPro, but it's submersible. I doubt if it's still. But it'll shoot 4K arcade. So you can grab a friend. Cheap. Yep. $400 with a stick and 2 extra batteries. This one looks great. I bought a mini TV playback. It's like, you got it. eBay, it's way one came up. It's like $400, but it was brand spanking new.
Next Sunday, not this Sunday, next Sunday, me and my brother.
Because I used to shoot on that little Panasonic camera. So, and it wasn't good. It was hardcore, so I want to transfer.
We used to watch it.
It was great.
He's like, you just one movie coming out. There's over a few. We barely got to hang out together.
Back then, everybody was in standard depth, and so was that camera. Great camera.
I scheduled that.
But the iPhone's really good.
No, I'm the one that's
Oh, this looks great.
brothers that's stand out there.
It's a 930. CBS.
That's why they work on that. They don't.
I'm freelances.
Any other woman. I would just walk away. Never go back.
I've been here since 8 a.m. I just came. I wasn't serious about it. So I heard that they're debating whether there's being bail or not. That's what I heard.
No.
Because if you don't give him bail, then he doesn't come out at all.
Yeah, well, the lawyer will come down and talk.
Tell us, no matter what.
I think so. That's why we did that.
Yeah.
So,
I guess they said that they were just going to come out this morning originally, and then they got him last night.
yeah, I think they were. Yeah, they just arrested him.
Yeah, they were supposed to take him in. He came back because they were just going to come in today.
Right. Yeah, he was just.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Nice job.
I don't kill him.
What?
I know.
Gotta
everybody
kill
kills
them.
him. I don't
Come
kill
on.
him.
It's our duty. Basic
Not that
species.
that's going to work, but.
It is like 3 years ago there was a lot, and now it's like a little.
But I find them so beautiful. The gray and the black and the so
Yeah.
Picture.
It's just an invasive species.
And I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Like kids in school, I even do it when I teach, and they go and do it. It bothers me. They can do death so quick without people. Then what's the next thing going to be? You know, I just.
I'm gonna try sneaking behind you for that second.
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
He's the only other person I've ever seen. Great. Very good, buddy. Pretty cool.
He had to go see. So he shoot him in Uber. So he told him about this. They can't come here because everybody thought she was going to love him. But he had to go shoot a new that working on Uber. dropping you in, Pat.
You need a 20 frames a second? Yes.
You want to make sure he gets the shot.
Those micro expressions, you never know when that bullet's going to come.
How do you know?
That's why I can just read.
Wait, how do you know? Nobody knows.
Now we all know.
Now we all
Yeah, except I'm CBS today. So. Exactly, right? It's all the same.
Stay in your lane, dude. I know what I'm
You may own the night.
Yeah.
Right now, seeing him in the daylight. He's like, wow, there's so many people in the car.
Yeah. That's what he complains about. He comes out there. Yeah. You'll be out in the car and you have not come to show me any love. I was thinking about you.
Is that yours?
Right. Oh yeah.
Time to go. You got
The
an hour.
parade was this past weekend.
You got an hour. You have an hour to go. We can start.
Should work on the fire. I was thinking about that. Probably
Not starting till 2:30. It's on the DOJ website. Right, but it's way less likely to go to 1:30.
that work on a documentary or something like that. Do a short doc, 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes, or something like that. You know, now that I do this all the time and I have all my equipment, it would have been good to, like, It's more like it like bubbles up, it starts rusting. You know, they invest a lot of money in it. It's not LA. They get really fucking. Dude, I was out there. They did a exhibition. There was some artist that did something to them, like for the culture. And they all showed up. They asked me to come by and take a picture. Look at this fucking car.
Looks like a rocket ship. That's a nice green too. The purple, the pink is really nice. This is your friend. Where is it?
Right by Station.
That's a nice green. That's pretty cool.
Have to be up there at like fancy.
Great.
You are checking it at 4:30.
Oh yeah. So I've been shooting them for now 4 years.
Yeah.
So I have a photo of them doing the exact same pose a year apart.
Yeah.
4 years in a row now. So I tell them I'm trying to do it every year.
Yeah, for real.
Like the first time, like I don't have it here, but like the first photo, he's like here, in the sun. And then we got it. You should do that.
Even if it's not with me. This would get a lot of play.
Yeah.
You do the sound and you run the sound.
I just bought a microphone for this, that Rode thing.
Yeah.
It's $325. You get a receiver and 2 transmitters.
Yeah, I got one of those.
And then the audio is great.
Well, and this phone looks great, so if you need video, you just hit it with this. You got all the stills that are great.
That is a show up. That is like a game show.
Dude, we have to go head back.
That guy's got skeletons.
This lady too, her. She got stories.
What are they doing here? This is SoCal show. Why are they out here?
Moved from Cali, came over here, and still part of the culture and everything. They like stuff. The one dude that's been doing it forever, like, they call him 6'3". They call him 6'3" because he has a 63. And he's like called the original dude that brought it here. He does all the beats out for all of that.
Like, that's the dude. That's the dude. That's the character.
He's the character. His kids, like,
Mike's on the desk.
he works at a photo body shop where all they do is just like Lamborghinis and shit.
Yep.
And then he saw his son. So his son is in the racer community. So even though they're like, he saw his son, everything, he's in the classic lowriders, and his son is in like, you know, the high power, yeah, and like his son is really good.
Yep. Yay. You excited? He's still letting you guys sit this. Charlotte.
It's true though.
I need to go grab some food before.
Yeah, I do. You got an hour.
But half everybody else out.
What?
Last week when they let you into the ECNY,
but they wouldn't let anybody in. You were freelance. I mean, that's not no offense to you, but they're campaign. Yes, they did. Yeah.
You got your confirmation. You got all your confirmation.
No, that day after the ECNY, no, not ECNY, we're waiting for
in most cases, yeah. You want to get a spot? You're stuck on the back right. I'm gonna. I mean, no, D. No. You'll be fine. He did let her. He did.
Here this morning when the attorney came in, did a shot of us. I guess that's his job.
Most of the time, a lot of the defense don't want to talk to whatever. He's not hired.
We talking for today? No, no. No, they don't make them anymore. They make like only one of the really shitty ones are all they make now. My kid is scrambled. Hello. Hi Kyle, what's up? It is. Yep. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I'm here. It's fucking crowded. Sure, there's always. Yeah, it's a sidewalk. Yeah. Come down. Yep. Well, they asked. Yep. They asked her not to. the last town in Connecticut before Rhode Island. It's a little seaport town. Stonington, Connecticut. It's the turn of the century. It was a whaling community. It's actually further east than this. It's the next town east than Mystic, and then it turns into Rhode Island. My aunt owns the house there. And I needed and we were there, and I needed a hat because I was getting sunburned. So I bought the hat. But it's like a summer hat, and you start going for my fall hat. I switched to my E-bill hat next. EBL, or Elegant Bill. Another, you know well.
Because I actually don't think I'm going to be in here. I might just be floating around during all the craziness. How you doing?
Never gonna play again. Harry Farrell and David Navarro on stage. Harry Farrell starting Butch and Navarro.
What's up?
Navarro's awesome. Harry Farrell's fucking out of his work. And what's his name?
Yes, nobody takes your thing by mistake.
Who's the other guy?
It's a good idea.
The drummer got it. Yeah, the drummer thing that this documentary called Count Me In. It's really good. Yeah, he probably didn't do it, but it was probably his idea. Kind of drives the whole thing along. And he's a real musician. Yeah. So is Navarro. I don't know the other guy. One song in my head now.
Navarro toured with Soundgarden.
I don't think they have it in
They were, those guys really hung out with Soundgarden. Didn't Harry Farrell jump in when to sing for Soundgarden? He also was a part of what was the Soundgarden and Pearl Jam super group? They all performed together.
I would put that on my suitcase.
They did like 2 songs. The whole thing. Temple of the Dog. That was a collaboration between Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, and Navarro and Farrell.
It got my eye.
Think so, huh? Judge can say no. Fitty.
They offered him a bell package? Yeah, probably. Take it.
He's got to put up 50 cents before his bell.
So then, how many months would that be? That's worth $50 million. Like 3-4 months, right? But what you think it might give away one of the expensive
Yeah, it's cold. About April. No, it won't be that big. January. End of January. And May.
Right after the inauguration.
Right? They move it to Miami.
No,
We change the venue.
we'll have to fight the Miami Cats then. They ain't gonna play that.
The coldest spot in Manhattan, I swear to God.
Well, the other entrance is the coldest, and this is the second
No, the
coldest.
coldest place in the whole area is criminal court. That fucking court. There's no escaping the cold in that place.
What, inside 100?
Like in the corridor, 100.
I'm not there very often. Once every 5 years.
That place.
No heat?
No, you're outside, but you're stuck in that corridor going in.
Oh yeah, I was there for something, not happening. And it wasn't even winter.
In the winter, that place is worse.
Huge ice all around you.
It doesn't matter what you do in that place while you're there, it doesn't work. I did the singing on cardboard, I did the foot warmers, I did electric socks,
Right?
Nothing works in that place. Counters on the wall. You're good for like about an hour, but after that,
I should try to come that earlier so I can park near my spot. But there you go, no distance.
These guys have the army has heated vests.
did that too. So I'm telling you, that place, everything worked for like about an hour.
You're back. How was it?
Good lunch, good lunch.
Have you anything to say this time? No, we were just playing with them before they came out. A little breezy. Pleasant.
Buddy Kyle's coming.
Real awesome.
I understand. It's at 500 girls, right? Yeah. You wait to hear his first question. Mr. Cole.
First question is, what's your legal name?
Sean Combs. Alias Diddy.
How long's an arraignment? It's like 15 minutes, right? For an arraignment? No,
Very longer. Something like this. It depends if he waives the reading of all the charges. Depends if this, that, or the other thing.
And if they already,
This is record.
well, if they set bail, then they can get out.
I'm pretty sure that's all what they negotiated and hiring him out now.
And it's just a question whether it comes out of cost to us.
He's not gonna talk to us.
No?
He won't talk. The lawyer will talk.
Does he have to come out this door?
He doesn't have to, but I think we don't think they're going to force him to.
I think he's going to come out here. I think the safest thing is going to his hotel, honestly. I used to work for the Inquirer.
This is the shortest distance. Comes out over there, he has to walk all the way up, and he has to walk all the way to the other side. Here, he comes out.
Nobody's waiting on that. I was here.
Here, he comes out here, he has to walk from here to there.
But then he has to get his picture taken.
What's that question?
No, he has to get here. He'll get his picture taken. There, between us.
I don't see him carrying that when we take a picture. I don't see him carrying that that if we took a picture.
Well, a recent picture you have to get more copy of it, so.
What are you allergic to?
He's staying at the same hotel that the Dalai Lama stayed at. Somebody just dropped about 5 degrees. Seriously. What?
Just go to P&H and play with it. They have it on display. So you're not exotic. You could just go to P&H. They have it on. Yeah, they have it on. They have it on display. So they have it there when you play with it. Oh, I gotta walk around. I'm gonna walk.
Yeah, so
No, I get it. Like, part 3. No, it's a new one. It's a memberless. That was like 6 months.
warehouse.
That's their flagship camera now. Need a nap. So I need a nap. You have cash, that spot in the corner over there is a quick spot to grab a snack. They have coffee, they have like cakes, they have like drinks, like nothing really. Probably get a banana or something there. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember? Yeah, the store on 57th Street.
Yeah.
It's closed. I used to buy stuff for Christmas over there all the time.
Those had the massage chair.
But
I know. I used to sit in there for hours.
they would just take stuff that you could buy elsewhere and mark it up.
Right. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. I just had a lab. I'd like to take that, but I can't. I did that. They got it. Yeah. Right now, there's no Tim, and I got this far and I'm like, I mean, it's there. It's like, but he was already forced. Yeah, it's like I turned the camera on and it's like, okay, wait a minute.
Well, I can tell you where they come out because I was where they were before. They come out the other way.
So, and then after that, the turning point. Maybe.
said, who's here for AP?
Night tucked in right behind you.
I've been a member for 100 years. I have never gone to any of those events. The only thing I went to, which is
That's
years
her.
and years in the old days, I used to love the Christmas party.
That's her plaque. That's Justin.
Once that ended, I get images for shows that they do, and they have something coming up. You said in Queens, right?
Yeah, Wednesday, but I have a massage party.
I never go to any of those
Yeah,
things.
okay, I just wanted to
All I do is give them their $85.
King Justin Quincy.
What happened? You're not going to leave? You said you weren't going to stay for this.
I'm never going to do that.
Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not investing in it. Let it come down with this.
Do you have equipment to shoot it if you wanted to shoot it? Oh.
Which one is Albie Short?
I don't have a regular camera right now. But I have to use it. It's not a big camera. But at least I have like $20 more. It's not money. It's not money.
All right, anyway, but I won't be at that.
You won't be able to. Okay, all right.
No, I said I am. Oh, I said I'm about to send it.
Okay. I'm not worried. We nailed it, really.
Yeah.
Clearly explains this.
No, this is a different type. Completely different type of car. It's not the same. No one? No, I usually don't.
Fred, what is that, a 3?
Who cares? Kids.
You alright?
I need the dad or not?
You took off. I guess you got something.
I gotta go in right now, but I'll go back out. Yeah, I'll go back out. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Justin.
Those fucking kids better walk out this door. I'm pissed off.
It's at the door. They walk out. They walk right back there.
Huh?
So-
Once in a while,
They don't walk out. Or they walk in.
There's only two doors. Here and there.
By me,
sons' names?
E, and C, Jesse.
Which one's the one that looks most like him?
King.
This one.
King. The one with the stripes on the shoulder, right? Yeah. The one with the stripes on the shoulder, right?
That's not on his picture. Oh, the fuck it is.
No, it's not.
He took his clothes off.
It's like a
He took his jacket and his hat off. You're lying to me.
I'm serious. This is King.
Same guy. Yeah, it is. Let me see that face. That is too. He took his jacket off. Look at that's him right before he took his jacket.
That didn't look like him over there, man.
Trying to fuck me.
Wow.
Fuck with yourself. Well, because I told you something and you don't even want to hear.
You told me what? There's another door?
Yeah.
I've been to this courthouse about 1,000 fucking
Okay,
times.
all right.
There's 2 doors.
All right.
This one and that. Okay, you go to the other door then. Have fun.
I was over there and they walked by me. Don't let your arrogance get in the way of that.
I'm sure you'll have an exclusive.
Should they walk, what are you saying? How to, you walk right down here? No. The signs stay right here? I know, at least that's clear.
I'm not behind anybody, Jared. This is not
You came
an event.
late, and there's 6 people here, and you will be behind me. I'm telling you.
You have a chance to go to this guy walked away. Wherever I am, doesn't really
There
matter.
are 5 people here, and you're not standing. You're not now. You know, they want to come out. We're playing games. This guy knows we've been here for 5 hours, we've been here 2 hours. There's something set up with him, and you walk in front of everyone, and it's not happening.
I'm not even
Just
telling
telling
you
you.
to stay in.
I'm
So
just
just
saying.
calm down.
But
It doesn't
matter.
matter.
Calm me, but you already took an aggressive stance. So all I said is
Fine,
if you walk out, but
fine. Just stop it. Stop. It means something.
it's not what's important to you. I'm here and I have to get it. That's it.
Okay, just stop. Stop.
So why didn't you just say okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Very good.
You stop now?
Yes. Okay.
I have the last word then. Because I don't have to work so hard to
How
get
about
to
a
do
red
it.
baseball cap?
I didn't just say
Only the one with the green baseball cap.
It's fine. But you know what's happening. That's it.
Look, Tim, let me show you who it is.
I know. I've got him. I just don't have to do it. You're more tired than I am.
Oh, the
Your 40 minutes are more tired than me.
I know, but I've been through worse.
if he does come out, I need you to go back to where you were because
Well,
right
there's
now,
14 people who got
I know, but you were over there before. Remember, you were not.
When everybody gets when people get back in position,
Okay, as long as you know you can move a little bit to your right.
oh, I do. This is my
Right.
problem now.
I have my ladder.
Oh, first of all, I don't know who left or who did it. That's what I'm saying. So when you come back in, we'll be able to work it out together.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to mention that. I didn't know.
No, I know, but I don't know if it's got I don't know which guy left, who came back, and then
A couple of people probably will come back here.
I would imagine so, but I don't know. So, but yes, I understand. And you're on a high ladder, right?
I'm a little higher than you by like 8 inches.
Well, like I said, and then this barricade, of course,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, he's on his way back now, so just letting you guys know.
Say it again?
He's on his way back now.
Of course they're coming down.
He had to go shoot something for. That's my spot.
I'm aware of that. Very aware.
So, I mean, it's like,
He had to shoot something.
then when somebody comes out, they're not even there. It just cracks me up.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, you know,
I mean, if I can earn, I would have been here at 6:30 in the morning.
While we have you on the clock, go do that.
Well, that was his original assignment. And then
The
he
problem
told
is
him
the
about
guy
this.
who's here now blocks, this angle here, so it'll be more.
I just hope that the whole thing doesn't make it happen. And everybody gets it. Because see, they're making such a big deal about it.
Well, that makes a big deal. You walk in and you got in front of 10
I'm
people, so
talking to
I know, but
I don't see
you're
10
in front of the 5 of us.
I don't see
We're
10
talking
people.
to you.
No, you're talking to me.
I am
You're the only
talking
one.
to you.
You're the only
Of
one.
course it's going to be. Look at you. You came in front of me.
Janet, are you gonna shut up?
I'm not shutting
I
up.
told
I know
you.
your game. I've known you.
Oh, you know my game. You don't know me.
You're going to stay right where you
No,
are.
you know what my game is? The universe goes and puts me places that I didn't expect.
We're just
And I
working.
get
You're the only one who came late into the front row. That's all I'm saying. These people are all coming back.
And she just shut up.
hey, I'm out of
I
it.
told you you can come
I'm
see
out of
it.
this one.
It's not a big deal. But you just don't
You
let
had to
it.
accept your standard.
I'm out of it. The only
Right
reason.
now, there's nobody else here,
The
Janet.
only
It can happen right now.
Right. And the only reason I even am talking right now is because I've been here since 4:08.
And so you.
And I put my step stool there. And naturally, if you do that and people are considerate, you're not going to have anybody standing in front of you. That's the only reason I even mentioned something like that.
You and I are fine. You and I is always fine. It doesn't really matter. Whatever. You talk to me like a human being, like that. Somebody's great. It doesn't mean anything. I will go somewhere and I will get pictures anyway. I just know. I'm confident. I know what I'm saying. I know I just got these kids over there. It's okay. Other people walk away and then they didn't even get the kids because they don't have good luck with this stuff. I do.
That's supposed to go on the backpack.
Doesn't matter. So if you want it right now, you want to walk right in, where you come in now, so it doesn't become a last minute thing. You want to walk in?
I mean, I've got the video guy here, so I can't really be high.
You know, all I'm saying is, I've done this too long. It's better to be in your space, and then you don't question it. when something happens.
That's me right there. No, that's you. Yeah, that's you. You're on this one, right? That's me. Yeah. Oh, that's you. Yeah, to get up high. You got to get up high. I think I'm all right there. I think I'm happy there as long as you're not in front of me on your thing. That's why it's good for you to be to the right of me.
She's like a gymnast.
Right. If the shit goes down, I just need you to be to the right of me, not to the left. No, I know. I just think it's prudent to mark this earlier than worrying about like, oh shit, it's going down and then nobody wants you to move to the right because there is no room to the right. That's my point. Yeah, but it's good to work it out earlier than later. I know, but if you stake your spot 8 inches to the right, you don't have to move it anymore.
That was, yeah.
But you're still stuck there no matter what, because you. Yeah, but the thing is.
They are, so I think.
point is this. If you move it back to where you were before, which was about 8 years old, Richard said, right, then you're not in front of me anymore like you were 3 hours ago. My point is, you shouldn't in any case go back to this spot. No matter what, even if you had to kick somebody out, you would have to. No, I know, but my point is, you cannot be there. That's the bottom line. You can't have a situation where, oh, I'm sorry, he wouldn't let me move back there, because that's why, you know what I'm saying? That's my point. But if you don't do it early, and then suddenly you're trying to do it 2 minutes before it goes down. Right, but then, I know, but you're still stuck there. That's my point, because you can't go back. Yeah, but I'm not moving. I'm stuck there. I can't go anywhere. And it's been there since 7:45 this morning. Yeah, you have to concern yourself with that. But the bottom line is you can't block me. No matter what happens, you can't block me. Yeah, that's my point. Right, and in order for not to block me, you obviously have to get that somewhere else at some point.
We're chatting, we're sitting, we're eating.
You know, yeah.
We're not like Marcus spots here.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, I'm just laying out the groundwork for later in case something happens and he comes out.
Things never go the way you planned it anyway, as you know.
No, it often does. But
They
you
never
could
do.
also have it go worse if you're not on top of stuff.
No, I know, but things always change.
Does that mean I am to it? Oh, you just seen them?
Still happening at 2:30?
Oh, I don't see him.
Think he's gonna walk?
Oh, well.
All out so far.
Why did they change? Well, it is the United States. Did they call it United? What? It's the last town in Connecticut.
No. I just came back from there. I went to restaurant.
Yep.
And I stayed in the hotel in Stony. I know the name is Stony. It was a Wyndham.
Yep. It's a Wyndham.
I just came back from the Yep. How do you know that?
No. My aunt and uncle own houses there. Yep. I usually go there for a week in the summer. Mooch off.
You know who lives right near there?
Yep.
Taylor Hughes and,
Yep. She goes down to the restaurants in Stonington all the time. That's why my daughters love to go there, because 3 summers ago,
Oh, you're good. Okay, yeah.
post
Okay, great.
whatever that first summer
I'll let
post
her know tomorrow.
pandemic, she was we were in a restaurant. She came in. Yeah. She and 2 of the other pop princesses.
I was on the beach. That's what I was
The White House.
Okay, no, you're in the area.
I see it from my aunt's house. It looks right down at it. Yep, pretty much. That's how that works. Where was that? That was awesome. Oh, for Brothers Under
Since you're so worried, you want to stand here?
All right.
that's not true. Every person here is exactly 4 hours. Every person is exactly how it works, 5 hours. No, I'm telling you the truth. That same first corner, so that's fine. Well, obviously, we'd probably slide over, and then slide. But we're exactly where we were 5 hours ago. And you know, so I'm wrong because I'm not. Because I'm a very reasonable person. That's not true. Every person here has been here in the same spot for 5 hours.
Was it? No.
No. Maybe out there.
No, it wasn't my first one. This one meant you put the most work into that one. It's like
well, nobody else. These people didn't. Also,
my friends. Don't worry, we didn't want
Yes and no. That's not exactly true. There is honor and there is an order to the chaos. If there wasn't, we'd be in a lot worse trouble than we are now.
the store.
I said, well, I don't like it when you get like this.
It's $2 there. Shut the fuck up. I got a buck in my pocket.
I know. These are crazy, but I'm very
water with sugar in it. Huh?
I know. I don't want to be here. You know, it's a job, and I have to say it's just like the end of the world. I'm doing my best. I know, but why do I make it sound like every 20 years and make it sound like I don't want to be here? Okay, well, I do, and I have to do it. So I want to make stuff that you from the next quarter, but that's not the point. Here, at the time, somebody in particular wants it, so I have to stay. Otherwise, I don't think anything's going to happen here, and I got to get up front for it.
may not happen.
I mean, I just go, but I don't act like it's not important, not important. Everything is this is what you do. This is important. Not really. What are you going to make? Like you said, not even. Not ordinary. But it's not about money at some point. Clearly, we wouldn't be here at all. You know,
It's definitely not about money.
that's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean it's not important because when you put 5 hours in, that's important enough. You know, I missed my whole day of what I was going to do, so it's important. But I disagree. Taking a person is exactly where they were. It might be a little reshuffling, but people stay where they were.
Not working. Take that home. Looks like Barry. You know I like oh, yeah.
I'm not here necessarily for him. I just need it to end, and I take a picture of what's and then I leave.
He can basically go, and now he's like,
People can be arrogant.
That was very unfair. It was.
People only make you seem because I
I didn't. No, I did. Well, I'm saying that's why you do that. Oh, but you didn't make it like I'm just pointing out a little self-awareness would be nice on your end, because, you know, that's not true.
You're away. And the kids just, you know,
But that doesn't mean that everybody goes and grabs the spot. They all went after the work. You can do that. You can look at it. You can do it. People didn't come and just that's not true.
nobody's stealing.
No, I'm saying everybody went exactly what it was. Well, I told you before, the rigging guys here, I don't know where they are. Meaning they haven't repositioned, so I don't even know. But as sure as that gets behind you,
We have no control.
no, I do have control. But you guys, they'll get in, and everybody will try to get in. And they'll move this over, and everybody will block us. It doesn't matter.
He thinks it's only two. In fact,
I don't care.
in fact,
I stand in one place, the opposite, and around, and that's the standing over there, came back. Yeah, 600 people here. It's not like they're scooping anything.
Yeah, I'm aware. No idea. Wow. I know, right? How many barriers in the coffee? Baby, bring me some snacking. And a little dessert.
You pay 2 or 3?
Huh?
I got mine for 1.
Yeah, she gave it to me for 1.
All right. You got a bargain. You make sure they know you're not a tourist.
Yeah. Huh?
Oh, any chance? Wouldn't ask you to
Usually they don't want anybody over here, but if you need to move it?
no, yeah.
No, it's fine. I don't think they care. And then you only... I just thought it was nice, you know, how I pushed this guy right.
Look at the Germans say, you people.
Thank you.
800.
Well, he has a Mustang, but he also has a So that's right. I don't want to sound like a nuisance, but he only drives fast for something.
The only thing I want to say is that yes, if you end up in this zone right here, this is general zone, make sure you don't stand on that because you're close enough to shoot standing up. Because if you do get on top of this, I'm screwed.
Yeah. Like I said, position. We'll have probably 20 minutes, and we'll all check the
Right.
look behind, make sure everybody's where they need to be. It's not going to happen like, it's not just going to burst out the door. You know, right?
That's not my point. My point is the moment it goes down, whenever that is. If you're going to be here, you can't be on your stool. You cannot be on your stool. I'm just telling you.
We're kind of just here.
I don't, listen, you keep on saying, I told you before, we're just hanging out here. I'm just making something clear. When the moment goes down and he is coming out, yes, all you have to do is say, yes, you're right. I will not be on my stool here.
That's all you're asking for.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. You're just saying, oh, we're just hanging out. I just wanted your answer, and now I got your answer. Right, so that's all I want to say, because you're close enough to be standing and not on top of something.
I am going to be standing to do my
Right, if you stand up, I'm good, because then I can shoot over your head.
I'm definitely going to be standing.
No, if you're standing, you're going to be standing. You're not going over on top of anything either. Yeah, so you're not my problem at all.
Like as I said before, you guys here, I don't know where they are. I don't even know this might be open. I don't know who's open yet. That's just, I wish they would come in, because I don't know who's where.
I'm glad they're not here.
Right. I know you
Because
don't.
they're going to come first minute.
I know, and you don't know. But the bottom line, again, is that if you get screwed and somebody starts moving and you don't like it, you can't just suddenly stand on this stool right in front of me. Look, I don't care if you've never done it before. I'm just saying you can.
18 times. Yes, I promise.
Right.
I promise.
That's it.
I promise. Yes, 1,000%. Yes.
It's a lot easier to say the word yes instead of this word salad.
Yes,
that you
please.
start
I am not
doing.
Kamala. Don't use that. Don't accuse me of that. I'll have to kill you.
Good job. Good job.
No, it's not for inside. Yeah, last night. You got me out.
My concern is I don't want to fuck him up. I didn't answer a wild card now where I will be. And I don't want to mess him up either. So I am concerned.
To me, this whole thing is wrong. I don't know where people are going to be. Everybody was in their spots.
You made me say it again. You don't belong anywhere.
There's no belonging.
Right now, he's asking me, why don't we just stop?
All right.
All right, we'll see what happens, but hopefully you'll do the right thing. Somebody else. Because
And they're for him. He'll be happy to stand up.
I don't know. You big deal, what they carrying, what they're standing on.
Nobody knows.
It was never your concern. We should be over here or anywhere not.
We should. Because right now, nobody's here.
Can we please stop? Like you said, we're working.
Justin Lane.
What are you video clipping for?
Justin Lane.
Is that your best video? No, I'm not taping the dog. I know.
Well, I'm bored, so.
I hear you.
But
Got a
you
ways
guys,
to go, I think.
There's a difference. You guys get big money.
I don't get any big money.
Big money? Are you joking?
I'm just saying
90 guys, you're probably making more than I
I'm
am
doing
if
the
you're on
same thing.
Instagram.
I wasn't planning on it. I was in something else. I woke up in here.
Not Remember, we're on spec, which means every one of these people.
Oh, so you basically, I don't know how it works.
Well,
How it works.
let's put it this way. In the old days, there's some money in it, there's no money in it.
Because of
Standing
social
here,
media. I said because of social media. What killed it?
a little bit, certainly affected, yeah. But it's not the whole story. What happened is they used to show people buy items, now everything is sold in bulk. So, for example, agency says, I'm going to get 10,000 pictures today, I pay you $1,000 a month, and I get everything.
Oh,
Which
okay, I see
means
what
the
you're saying.
photographer gets nothing. So
Get
the thing is,
nothing.
with 60 guys here, given 5 agencies each, I'm not going to sell it to
Wait,
anyone.
why,
And if
why
I
these
do,
people moving over
I
there?
don't
Who are
know
these
yet.
girls?
I don't know. I'm not worried about it.
There
You should
nobody?
go. I don't know.
Who's that lady in the white?
I don't want around.
Okay,
I
nobody.
don't play games.
Okay.
Eyes on the prize.
Okay, so here's the deal. He's only gonna come out here if he gets bail.
I understand that.
If he
Highly
doesn't,
unlikely.
if he doesn't get bail, then you didn't catch no fish.
We just get the
press.
lawyers or whatever.
Now, what do you do with your content? You sell
They
it to
go
networks?
They don't sell it to anything. It goes to an agency. They license them. The problem is everybody here is the same source.
So you take
So the
your
value
content.
dollar-wise is nothing.
So you take your content to an agency. The agency.
Everybody, most of us do.
So the agency pays you.
Only if you sell.
Only if you sell it. Okay, I
That's
get
a
it
little
now.
catch.
Okay, that's the
Yeah,
middleman.
yeah.
It's better to work for McDonald's is what.
Pretty much at this point.
Yeah, but you guys love what you do.
I love money. I love money. So if I'm not getting money, I don't love it. I'll do it if there's nothing else. Right now, why am I here? Because I went someplace else. Today I don't have to work.
Oh, okay.
I like
Like me on
what I'm
this
doing.
festival.
Right. So I just kind of walked into it, and it doesn't really mean that much. to me. If I come up with something, if I come something, I get it. And if I don't, I don't. It's like this is part of what this has always been. But I'm not doing 20 years of it now. I didn't. I've already had my butterfly collection.
So being that you're a journalist,
Yeah, I'm always a journalist. I'm a storyteller. Always will be.
do you think journalism still exists?
Of course it does. You tell stories. You tell us.
Well, I'm talking like these big media companies, but they sound the same. When I put on different channels, they say the same thing, like you're reading from the same script.
Well, some of them have a different viewpoint.
Okay. Like you have a different view.
Well, I know if I go somewhere, I'll come back with something different. Because I'll ask different questions, I'll go different places. I'm confident in my thing. When I'm part of a whole group, I don't like it.
So how long you was here? You guys
How long was I here? I wasn't in that
You was here from morning?
No, some of them were here from 6 in the
Oh,
morning.
wow.
If you
Wow.
really cared about it,
Wow.
you come from the morning and you take your risks, you take your chances.
Take your chances.
You either get something or you don't, and that's part of it. And you just, you eat.
We don't
It's a
know
lot.
that. I'm thinking, you guys know the whole timeline.
Well, the good thing is if you know who you're for someone, you don't have to come back with something. These other people have to. So they're very competitive.
Okay. Very informative. Very informative. I heard his kids up here.
Yeah.
You saw them walking?
I saw them in a different area.
This side?
I'm not going to say exactly where, but I saw them originally come out.
Oh, they came out.
I was just sitting talking to my friend on the phone, and
I know, but they
walked right in
came out.
front of me.
They came out?
Yes, they
Oh,
walked out, and then they just walked. Then they just walked in here. And people got shots of them walking in this way.
Oh, really?
Walked in a different way than they came in.
Oh, okay. All right.
So some people will come back with the same thing, and it's just what it is.
I got you.
But I won't do it every day. The situation of people having so much question in it. I'd rather either do something personally that I want to do, or do something that's going to give me money. So I don't make that choice anymore. I used to. 20 years ago.
Right, right.
And at one point I worked. I worked for the National Enquirer. I was on staff.
Oh, I know about the National
I got paid yearly. So I had a 401k and whatever. Then I'd have to be there. But they never wanted me in a situation like this. They wanted me to be in something that we saw it before it happened. They'd never be interested in this.
I see them bringing in boxes right here.
Probably
We got boxes in the hand.
information.
We got boxes. Yo, shut up. still in
Maybe,
there.
but I don't know
going
whether
back
there's
and
evidence
forth.
is
Right. That's something in that box. They're not just going to bring a box in. If there's nothing in that box, that don't mean anything. Right.
Just clip it over there. Next to mine.
You know, they're gonna want it on this side.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Just clip it next to mine. Now clip it on too. Don't leave it open.
Should, what, you want a ladder here?
I'm sorry?
You want a ladder here, or how you?
Probably on the
Like, people get, we'd like to know how this.
Yeah.
At some point, that sounds already good. We don't know where you guys are, so we want to get, figure out where we're going.
Go in, bro.
People behind
you
you.
going in, go in. So I could just grab my stuff.
We're going to make it worse. Ladder right
Good? Yeah. What you two should do is, you should take her scoop and her ticket.
Good? You good?
I could, well, if you can't go in there,
Gotcha. I don't want to fuck up your shirt. Yeah. You did that right here.
I'm gonna just put it right here. Yeah, that's fine.
You think you're making money on this? I saw Blazer 2 hours ago. TMZ.
That's TMZ right here. The woman.
What, you never seen a woman before? Hey, is that like the guy you were telling me about? Only he's got the dog now. What is it with this city, man?
They go to change their door, all of that. They don't.
I hope they're changing the tack.
They're barking at the dog, trying to get the dog going.
Got my water right behind you. Not in the frame, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on the phone.
Did you make sure you're okay?
Yeah, this is good right here. Yeah, thanks.
I'll try to go. Like it? Yeah.
Who's there? Hey, you okay up there? Don't worry about it. You have your thing in front of my face. Look up here for a second.
Yeah, that's all we want. The other thing that could happen is that at the last second,
UNGA, and I gotta do Sunday, Monday.
They usually do. They usually do.
Sunday, Monday. UNGA.
last second.
No, you know what it is? It's lined up in 2 rows.
This Sunday?
But you can, it's interesting. If you got a, no. Oh, but what is, oh, no, let's turn it around. But what I'm saying is usually super short. You get those kind of cool something in the car. I got shoved in there once for, what's, forget who it was. Gene Carroll. It gets hairy, so you got to end up in the right spot. But like you said, we don't know if he's coming out. You do. I ended up in a car accident. right in front of Eugene Carroll. It was an accident. You can't. But I don't want to be involved in that. They are. But you get the people out there get. You really have to be. And the thing is, they want. You have to be so wide because the shot you will be like I was inches from. Exactly. But I was inches from the face. You needed like a 10 millimeter. Even a 24 was too close. Did you put that with your bag? You know.
Having a study.
Thank you. But anyway, then I.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if you stand up here.
I don't know that I was. I know, please. Starts. Yeah. And I don't know what that means. Yeah. It's not hot out today, right? We could have got sticky. But yeah, there's no way these people. Not very nice. A lot of guys. 5, 6. But the thing is, up along the side is a good place to be. She has a good spot. I like it. I don't care. Because you got the whole wall.
You're going up.
Hey guys. Clear. All the way. No, here, in this barrier. I know. Here. Right?
This one social media guy.
Let's see, I'm probably going like this.
Yeah, it's the one for
Yeah.
If you have a problem, right? You stay there. They're going to take everyone way back. We have a problem. I ask you to move over. You got to keep this clear. From this barrier to this barrier, nobody here.
Tell you, but they line up nicely. They only move after they pass. You know what I mean?
You didn't get me because you just stayed there.
Tell them. Go down.
Every barricade's right out to the street.
Everyone is actually.
It was a good call. Good call today. Good call today. Good.
I'm curious how it's done. Yeah, but how about they change? Angela, your person.
And I don't know. He doesn't seem to care.
On the floor.
How are you going to get out of here?
Yes,
Yes, you do.
You know this stuff is there.
That's true. Where's your car?
And you're gonna get it.
Where's your car?
I got the bike.
Oh.
I'm gonna get the electric bike.
Oh, there you go.
I make it on time.
Yeah, so you can practically
And
run.
you know when you come back, sometimes it's gonna be double. You're not even going.
And it's it'll be rush hours too.
Yeah, one of the ones that had those little clips. And then you just had like multiple.
I was
like on one hand, yeah, you could just swap it out.
You're gonna get what you need. Look.
Not.
Tell you something, and you should know it. You're not doing a lot of this.
No, I understand. But what I like to do is no, I like to get
There's some when I was from the back earlier, they know they can go up and fast. You guys have anyone in the back?
I don't think they'll probably walk out front anyway.
But then the
lawyers, and again, we're assuming he's
possibly his lawyer might
we don't know
just
yet.
come out.
Anything you the best? Tell us.
Get your own mic check.
What happened?
broken bones, some broken ankles. So just I'm waiting. No, it gets a little rough. Yeah, it's a little rough.
Look, it didn't rain today.
Until the end.
I'll call you when it's over. Yep.
Eddie. It's not even going on yet.
Check. Okay. Yeah. Check.
Whoa, somebody gave it to you. Might as well wear it.
Check. Yeah. No, it's good. I just gotta bring it up. Check. Check. Set. Gain. Set. Check. Okay. Check. 1 2 check. 1 2. I got it. 1 2. All right. Check.
Yeah, I got him coming in. Yeah.
I just kind of officers come in front of them, you know, it's like, oh, they get blocked. So why am I blocking you?
Came in earlier.
Excuse me, let me jump in. It all depends on where he is in between them. Yeah. Is that better?
Mic check, guys.
Hello, I want to thank everyone. Microphone check. Do you hear me? Because I'm only going to be here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, you didn't get nothing?
a little problem with that. When I went from day man.
I have. Yeah. The autofocus is much better. Yeah. Yeah, quality. I mean, quality, color is pretty much the same. Low light is much better. Yeah. Focus much better. Did you know, face shot? Yeah, it's good, but it's not the best. And also one issue is like you need to have their battery, like a high capacity battery to use internet capability. Which,
Even better.
With R5 you could use any battery in. Yeah.
Let me see.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right, yeah. I think it's sold out.
You know how much is there? How many of his pictures have been sent?
I think it's back ordered now.
How do I look? I'm going to get the
Sold out.
background of your photos.
How's that? Is that right? Yeah. Between that and really what
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's pretty good, yeah. Right. Yeah. I was using the R6 before getting R6. So it's much better.
And then I got a chance to see your name. Good. But I got stuff on my ass.
Yeah,
It's not a lot of like an entertainment.
Right.
Hey, Diddy, how are you?
Yeah.
Who you wearing?
Who are you wearing?
Who you wearing today? SDNY.
GQ magazine.
Who makes a silver bracelet?
SDNY.
Yeah, because if I go there, I'm gonna be in his place. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I have to. No. Well, that too probably, but my Lightroom is pretty old. So after the first assignment, I didn't know I can't edit. So I had to like. Yeah, I have to. Well, I bought my laptop maybe like 3 years ago, and I never updated iOS. So like I couldn't install the newest version of Lightroom that has this. So I had to so I had to update the iOS first and then Lightroom and yeah. Right. Yeah. Probably take out this copy here. Right. Yeah. I mean, like. Maybe the viewfinder is more than that. I mean, it's much bigger. Yeah, full price. I ordered it like. Yeah, I mean, if it was like, yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. pretty good. The
Okay.
noise, yeah, much better.
Well, that's important for me, big time. So that and the Premiere, but the, you know, the Premiere is decent. I don't know if I have it set up to all the right. But I would tell
Yeah,
you,
that's also
inside,
true. Yeah.
outside for the 60s, but if I think it's in this place right now, there's something about that. There's something that outside. I don't think that's very big twilight. It's not what I expect. But inside, which is not really what I use it for, but
Right.
it's like amazing.
Yeah.
No comparison to crap.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Realistic.
Of course. Yeah.
You know? But I just got the 24 to 105 just so I can do something else.
Right.
And I'm not thrilled with that either. Yeah, I mean, I know it's at 4, but it's like, again, like that way.
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled with it at all. Maybe I'm too big for it, but there's room, so I'm competing for flight trips and full if someone's not going to be too late. So I'm confident. Feel good in it. But, so I returned it. I'm not sorry, but at that time. I'm not sorry, but I need more.
Yeah.
So this is got no choice.
Right.
The other one's going to
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's for like, you know, like if you're shooting sports, you have to send an image to the police.
Yeah.
I guess that's.
Yep.
I'm not 100% yet, but I believe that put him on
Yeah.
No, I think it's selected to be a judge.
Yeah.
That'd have been bad. So that's a weird, I don't know where I go with those choices, so that's definitely a weird negative. So when you throw something at 100%, you're in
Yeah, very sharp. Even with like a high ISO, it's really good.
Yeah? Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Right.
What I love about that is that one goes to one. I don't want to say that is a mistake.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. No, not for every day. If I need to, like, send pictures. From camera. I think so, yeah. Well, I ordered it like as soon as they announced it, like a minute after they put it up on the website. I'm not sure. I'm sure our 5 is going to be super cheap.
You know, I really looked at it.
Right, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Very. And I also was never that practical. So for me, it's like, okay,
Workers would reject a 25% pay raise, which is what was negotiated by the union leaders and Boeing. But those union workers say they want 40 over the next 4 years. And the reason why is that they feel like they've made too many concessions over the last 2 decades or so. Relinquishing their traditional pension plans in 2011 and 2013 in exchange for Boeing saying they wouldn't build more where did my pen go? Oh, there it is. Build more non-union plants. Also, it's not just about the pay. They say they want more job security. That is very close to my face. There we go. They say they want more job security. They want more time off. Hello. Me. Boeing. Yeah.
Federal mediators working to bring Boeing and the union representing 33,000 of its workers closer together.
Got it. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, John. The headlines have just kept mounting for Boeing, from the door plug that flew off a MAX jet in flight back in January to questions about its safety culture to the Starliner spacecraft that just came back to Earth without its manned crew. Boeing has lost $33 billion since 2019 and now faces a strike by 33,000 of its workers. And the last extended strike by Boeing workers was back in 2008. It lasted about 8 weeks and cost the company about $1.2 billion. Now, Boeing wouldn't necessarily lose sales from a prolonged strike, but a slowdown in production and therefore delivery could crimp Boeing's already stretched cash flow. No, that's not what I said, right? Could crimp its already damaged cash flow. Make sure everything is turned off here. Yeah. No sounds. No sounds. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, sounds good. Here we go. All right, here we go for WECT in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, John. The headlines have just kept mounting for Boeing, from that door plug that came off of a MAX jet in flight back in January to questions about the company's safety culture to that Starliner spacecraft that just came back to Earth without its manned crew. Boeing has lost 33... Sorry, try that again. Sorry. Lost my train of thought. Woo. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good evening, John. The headlines have just been mounting for Boeing, from that MAX jet that lost a door plug in flight back in January to questions about their safety culture to the Starliner. Struggle bus. All right, here we go. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Good evening, John. The headlines have just kept mounting for Boeing, from the MAX jet that lost a door plug in flight back in January to questions about company safety culture to the... I've done this like 10 times. Okay. One more time. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Good evening, John. The headlines have just been mounting for Boeing, from the MAX jet that lost a door plug in flight back in January to questions about the company's safety culture to the Starliner spacecraft that just came back to Earth without its manned crew. Boeing has lost $33 billion since 2019 and now faces a strike by 33,000 of its workers.
Federal mediators working to bring Boeing and the union representing 33,000 of its workers closer together.
If you want to attract talented people here, you have to give them a decent pay rate.
Late last week, members of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Union rejected a deal reached between union leaders and Boeing and walked off the job.
Give me back my retirement, give me my decent pay raise, and you'll have 33,000 people actually willing to help you build airplanes.
Since 2018, a series of crashes and near disasters have dented Boeing's finances and reputation. But last year, Boeing's then CEO saw a 45% pay raise, while wages of Boeing's union workers stayed flat. Art Wheaton of the Cornell University School of Industrial and Labor Relations says the workers have leverage because their work is so specialized.
It is a huge problem trying to replace those workers because there's not a lot of people that know how to build airplanes, especially these large airplanes around the world. There's a very limited skill set for this.
In a Monday employee memo, Boeing announced temporary spending cuts, including a hiring freeze and travel restrictions, and said furloughs of employees and executives are possible.
A strike can cost them more than $1 billion a week, so they really do need to get this solved quickly.
Union members say they want a 40% pay bump over 4 years to make up for recent inflation and for nearly 2 decades of past contracts that downsized retirement and health care benefits.
The last extended strike by Boeing workers took place back in 2008. It lasted about 8 weeks and cost the company about $1.2 billion. Now, Boeing's sales wouldn't necessarily be impacted by a prolonged strike, but a slowdown in production could impact delivery of aircraft, which could in turn further crimp Boeing's cash flow. In Washington, Karen Kafa, WECT News. All right. Okay. Okay. I sure can. Hi. All right.
Hi there, Rachel. The headlines have just mounted for Boeing this year, from the door plug that flew off a MAX jet back in January while that plane was in flight, to questions about safety culture, to the Starliner spacecraft that just came back to Earth without its manned crew. Boeing has lost about $33 billion since 2019 and now faces a strike by 33,000 of its workers. Federal mediators working to bring Boeing and the union representing 33,000 of its workers closer together.
If you want to attract talented people here, you have to give them a decent pay raise.
Late last week, members of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers Union rejected a deal reached between union leaders and Boeing and walked off the job.
Give me back my retirement, give me my decent pay raise, and you'll have 33,000 people actually willing to help you build airplanes.
Since 2018, a series of crashes and near disasters have dented Boeing's finances and reputation. But last year, Boeing's then CEO saw a 45% pay raise, while wages of Boeing's union workers stayed flat. Art Wheaton of the Cornell University School of Industrial and Labor Relations says the workers have leverage because their work is so specialized.
It is a huge problem trying to replace those workers because there's not a lot of people that know how to build airplanes, especially these large airplanes around the world. There's a very limited skill set for this.
In a Monday employee memo, Boeing announced temporary spending cuts, including a hiring freeze and travel restrictions, and said furloughs of employees and executives are possible.
A strike can cost them more than $1 billion a week, so they really do need to get this solved quickly.
Union members say they want a 40% pay bump over 4 years to make up for recent inflation and for nearly 2 decades of past contracts that downsized retirement and health care benefits. Now, the last time Boeing workers had an extended strike was back in 2008. It lasted about 8 weeks, and it cost the company about $1.2 billion. Now, Boeing's sales wouldn't necessarily be affected by a prolonged strike, but a slowdown in production could impact delivery of aircraft, which could in turn further crimp Boeing's cash flow. Rachel? You bet. Thanks, Richmond. All right. All right, look live. Yeah. Yep.
Vice President,
Madam,
President Biden spoke to former President Trump after the attempt on his life this weekend. Have you spoken to him?
I have.
And earlier today, I assume?
Yes.
How'd that go? You want to give us some intel?
Sure. I checked on him to see if he was okay.
Yeah.
And I told him what I have said publicly. There's no place for political violence in our country. I am in this election and in this race for many reasons, including to fight for our democracy. And in a democracy, there is no place for political violence. We can and should have healthy debates and discussion and disagreements, but not resort to violence to resolve those issues.
On January 6th, your vehicle was allowed to kind of pass a viable pipe bomb. We've seen.
No, I was in the building.
You were in the building.
Uh-huh.
And we've seen what's happening with former President Trump. Do you have full confidence in the Secret Service to
I do.
protect all of you?
I do.
You feel safe, you and your family?
I do. But, I mean, you can go back to Ohio. Not everybody has Secret Service. And there are far too many people in our country right now who are not feeling safe. I mean, I look at Project 2025, and I look at, like the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe right now. Immigrants or people with an immigrant background don't feel safe right now. Women don't feel safe right now. And so, yes, I feel safe. I have Secret Service protection. But that doesn't change my perspective on the importance of fighting for the safety of everybody in our country, and doing everything we can to, again, lift people up and not beat people down so they feel alone and are made to feel small and made to feel like they're somehow not a part of it or us.
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I've appreciated this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
These unfounded threats and hoaxes that have marred our existence, really, for going on a week now. I encourage our parents to please return your students to school. We have the resources. There may be more threats. This may not be over, but with the support of the governor, the support of Director Wilson, and the support of the Ohio State Highway Patrol, our schools are open and ready to serve our highly impoverished population. Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to thank Governor Mike DeWine and the entire state of Ohio that has shown such tremendous support to Springfield. As far as I'm concerned, this is the way a governor of the state should act. They should support cities like ours. Not to mention, he believes the leadership here. When he's been asked to verify the claims that we have said were not true, he has stood behind the leadership in Springfield and said, they are telling the truth, this has been a lie. We did not have threats 7 days ago. We did not have these concerns 7 days ago. We did not have these hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent in Springfield and from the state of Ohio support 7 days ago. We do today. We'd like those that on the national stage that can bring peace, that could tamper their words, and speak truth. That's what Springfield is asking. We need peace. We need help, not hate. Thank you so much. Thank you, Governor.
Happy to answer any questions for any of us.
So, Governor, we understand that there was a threat at Springfield High School today. Is that what?
My understanding is there was a threat that included 3 different buildings, and that was one of the buildings. That was the threat I referenced. This is the threat that the analysts and the Highway Patrol determined pretty quickly was simply not valid at all.
What about Tecumseh High School? We understand that there was a student that was maybe the county can speak to this, but a student was arrested maybe for making terroristic threats there, threatening to shoot the school up,
Yeah,
6th, 7th, and 8th grade?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know whether the superintendent.
Yeah, that is accurate to my understanding. There was a student at Tecumseh High School who made some type of online terroristic threats and was arrested, I believe, by the Clark County Sheriff's Department.
Is it the county here that could speak more to that?
I don't believe so. I
Sheriff's
don't see
Department?
anyone.
I don't think so.
Governor, real quick, yesterday I know you made mention of the hoaxes being largely from out of the country. Are there some, though, that have been
Yes.
domestically sourced? Just talk about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
my understanding is that some are domestic, some are foreign. Yes.
Governor, Trump has previously tried to end TPS for Haitians in the past. Now he says that he wants to start his deportation operation here. Can you talk about what mass deportation might do to the economy of a town like Springfield?
Well, look, I mean, we're in the middle of a political campaign. I can just tell you what the business people have told me. And as I think I told you all yesterday, Fran and I had over for breakfast a number of the business men and women in this area, not all of them, but a number of them, who employ Haitians. And they all kind of told us the same story, that after the pandemic and things started moving forward, they simply did not have enough employees. They could not fill these slots. They started seeing that they could have Haitians do that, and they started doing that, and they started employing them. We had one person told me, I'm not even sure my business would be here, but for the Haitians. All the other employers said they were very hard workers. Yes, we have language problems initially. Yes, we may have some other cultural differences, but these individuals show up, and they're very valued employees, and they made a point to also tell me, look, we're paying them the same as we're paying anybody else who would fill that. Look, Springfield is on the move. I couldn't have said that 10 years ago, but we're seeing companies that are not only coming in and are here, but we continue to see companies that are looking at Springfield as a possibility. Now, the way that things work, you don't get them all. You know, they may be looking at 4 or 5 places, but they're looking at Springfield. And that is very, very important. I think that's a difference than it was a number of years ago. So we're seeing a real upturn in the economy. We're seeing companies that want to come in here. There's a good workforce in Clark County, in Springfield. And the reality is that the Haitians who are here working are a part of that workforce. They're part of the people that are making it happen. The other thing that the employers told me is that when the Haitians go in and they work, I said, well, how are they accepted by other employees? And they said, look, they do a good job, and the other employees, you know, are fine with that. You know, my experience from when I was working at DeWine Seeds, and we had all kinds of different employees, there was only one thing that mattered when you were loading a boxcar, and that was the other guy holding his own up. You know, if somebody was shirking or wasn't working, everybody pointed them out to him. You know, hey, you got to get moving. And so that's kind of the way the workplace is, has been my experience. And what the employers that we talked to said, look, they're doing a very, very good job.
Governor, you can talk about the $3.5 million.
Okay, we'll do you first, then we'll go there. Okay.
Last week, you committed $2.5 million to Clark County and the Springfield area to do a number of things to expand primary care services to everyone living in the area, and also to hire more translators and to increase driver's education, primarily for newcomers. Can you tell us, number one, has that money come to Springfield, to the Clark County area? How is it coming through, and has it actually funded into those 3 different initiatives?
So first of all, you know, we saw some challenges, and everywhere we go, we need more translators, so we've got to hire more people. The good news is that I believe those people are here. We just got to get them employed. We have Haitians here who speak good English, and as well as obviously Creole. And so we have to find them, employ them, and get them into the different places and different locations that they are needed. The driver's training is something that Andy has been working on, and we continue to make some progress in regard to that. We know that this will cost some additional funds. Andy, if Andy wants to come up here and say anything about that, that's great. In the meantime, as he's coming up, let me have Dr. Vanderhoff just quickly address kind of where we are. Understand, we wanted to make the commitment so that people could work against the commitment, and that they would know that we were serious about this and they were going to do it. So this is a process. Dr. Vanderhoff can maybe give you a quick snapshot of what this is.
Can you give your first and last name?
Sure, Bruce Vanderhoff, and I'm the director of the Ohio Department of Health. So our work with the community actually has been going on for some time, but following that announcement by the governor, we have accelerated our work with community leaders, community healthcare leaders, to understand what the healthcare delivery needs are in this community and how we can best resource those, how we can best support those going forward. And it's very clear that primary care is the main focus that we need to have. And so we have been working very actively, including today, hearing from leaders in public health and primary care about how we can best support them as they're working to care for the entire community. One of the areas in particular that we're hearing they need support and that we are going to be providing that support is around general vaccination. You know, it's back to school time. It's that time of year where people are seeking to be vaccinated, and we're going to be providing them with additional resources so they can get that done in a timely way.
Yeah, we got too long waiting lists, basically, is what it is. So what we're talking about doing is for the whole community, not just Haitians, not just for everybody. And you know, we have a healthcare system that is being pushed, frankly, because of the number of people, and we're gonna work on that. So, Andy, you want to quickly do the? I know some other ones got questions. The question is, what progress have we made since we made the announcement of $2.5 million? What we're going to do? So you might outline exactly where we are and where we're going.
In the driver's education space, we have met with local driving schools who actually have developed an adult Haitian Creole driving curriculum, and they want to push that out. We believe that they're going to start pushing that out here in October coming up. So the key is now we need to find leaders within the adult Haitian community to get people to come to those classes. Also to let us to take those classes into the businesses where we know our Haitian population works. Because the number one issue we have in the public safety space with the Haitians, it's not crime, it's not violence, it's the driving. That's the public safety issue. So what we want to do is we want to get driver's education to that population and incentivize them to take those classes. Yesterday when we met with the business leaders understood the importance of their workforce being safe drivers. So they were very open to ideas like setting up mentorship programs where you have driver mentors who work with their Haitian employees during work hours. We know the best way to teach somebody to drive or keep somebody safe behind the wheel is to give them time driving that vehicle with somebody who knows how to drive, with an instructor. So we're setting up mentorship programs where, again, these business owners talk about, look, we'd be willing to let our Haitian employees drive for an hour of their shift with a mentor. Come off the line at 11 o'clock, drive for a little bit, get back on the line at 12 o'clock. So those are some of the outside-of-the-box type things that we're thinking about, we think we're going to be able to push out here very quickly.
We understand that there was an accident yesterday involving a Springfield police officer and a Haitian driver. Haitian driver ran the stop sign and ran into a Springfield police officer.
Look, these are accidents. We have seen those. This is one of the reasons that we're really, or is the reason we're really focused on driving.
Governor, can you talk about how much money's been spent over the last 7 days to address these hoax threats?
Yeah, I don't think there's any way of calculating that very quickly, because we have our federal partners who are involved. We have state, we have local, so we got, 3 different levels of government that are very, very much involved in it. I don't know if I can even guess, so I'm not going to. So.
Governor.
You previously, go ahead.
I've been hearing a lot the past few days about the possibility of a visit here by former President Trump. Do you think that would be helpful? What's your thoughts on such a visit? And have you been in touch with?
As I said yesterday, presidential campaign, A visit by one of the candidates is generally very, very welcome. They certainly have the right to be here. If any of the candidates come, they will be welcomed by the people of Springfield. I have to state the reality, though, that resources are really stretched here, and that's just fact. And we're really focused on keeping kids in school and doing these things, and just everybody is kind of stretched. But if President Trump makes that decision to come here, he will be welcome here.
Mayor, would you have anything to add to that as the personal leader of the city?
I've answered this several times. If either one of the candidates wanted to come to Springfield, it would be very, very difficult to have them here. It would be an extreme strain on our resources. So it would be fine with me if they decided not to make that stop right now.
Mayor, can you talk about the meeting you had yesterday afternoon with other area mayors who came to show support for Springfield, for the community, for residents,
Sure.
for yourself?
Thank you. Springfield's a part of the Ohio Mayors Alliance as well as the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And we had mayors from, the mayor from Columbus, mayor from Cincinnati, Toledo, Akron, Athens, and Dayton, and former mayor for Dayton, as well as former Governor Bob Taft, all came to my business, and we had a roundtable of support and encouragement, and also offering resources and safety forces to most immediately, Columbus and Cincinnati both offered officers to come right into our area and help reinforce our staff.
Any other support the mayors have committed to?
That's ongoing, but the communication's open, and we're really grateful for that. Really grateful.
Are any of those individuals concerned that these threats can trickle into their communities? Because Haitians don't just live in Springfield, Ohio, they live in other areas in our state.
That concern wasn't brought up at the time. This is the governor's press conference, so I'll
And
step aside.
Superintendent, how are Springfield schools going to handle the large number of students who don't speak English, and what kind of resources would you all need to support that?
We've been handling that as best we can. The resources that the state provides and that the federal government provides from an educational funding perspective don't meet the need, but we have quickly placed programs in place. We have hired as many TESOL teachers as we have. We have some unique and innovative programs where we are training our own to be TESOL teachers to serve the students, partnerships with various universities. When you jump from 200 to approximately 1,200 in 2 years, it puts a strain on the system. But as everyone is aware, we're legally required to educate every student that walks through our doors, and we've done so, and done so successfully, and we'll continue to do so with the resources that we have.
Talking about the students, what's their psyche like right now with the last week and everything that's going on? Talking about the Haitian students, have you talked to them?
I think it's all students at this point. It's all students and all staff. Events of this nature take an extreme emotional toll on adults as well as students. And from that perspective, we have had to take a step back and provide all the different resources that we have to address those social emotional needs, not only for the students, again, but for the staff. It's traumatic as an adult. It's traumatic as a child.
How are your staff doing with the...
They're hanging in there, and we're going to do everything we can to support them and provide them with whatever additional resources that they might need to feel less anxious or to feel better supported in our classrooms.
You mentioned a decrease in attendance today. Do you have specific data you can share with
I
us?
do not have specific data. I got tied up in things at the end of the day and wasn't able to look at it. I can cite one elementary school was down 200 students out of 500, so we still had over 50% of the kids there. So I will take that as a win for today, and hopefully that increases to 75% tomorrow.
Anybody else?
Governor, two quick questions. Has Senator J.D. Vance or anybody from the Trump campaign called to express their support in any way for the city of Springfield? And my second question for you is, you've spoken so much about how Haiti has a special place in your heart. Does it hurt to hear the leaders of your party denigrate this community that you love so much?
Well, I hope I would have the same attitude, whether they're Haitian or whatever country they were from. Look, these are kids, and in school, we spent a good part of the day this afternoon, Fran and I did, as I said, in these schools, and look at these kids. And look, these kids just, they were happy. They want to be educated. And so we all have an obligation to educate these kids. I want the best for every kid in the state, whatever their background is, whoever their parents are. We want them to succeed. We want them to live up to their God-given potential. We have some amazing teachers. When you talk about the teachers, every teacher Fran I talked to today was up. They were just the type teacher that you would want for your own child, your own grandchild. They're educating these kids, and they're educating them whether their initial language was Creole or their initial language was Spanish or whatever it was. And so I'm just very, very proud of those teachers and of Springfield City Schools and the people of Clark County.
Governor, real quick, last one from me. Just on the investigation side about these hoax bomb threats, you indicated you have some indications, some are foreign, some are domestic. How do things go from this vantage point, or from this point moving forward, to try to figure out who actually placed the calls?
Look, that's up to the experts in this. It's beyond my capability to intelligently answer it. Look, I can guarantee you that they will always try to find out who it is. They'll do everything they can. The bad guys are pretty smart, and the bad guys just, want to mess with us. The ones overseas, the ones domestic, you can come up with your own motives, but certainly the ones overseas just want to mess with the United States.
What was the nature of the bomb threat to the State House yesterday? Was it related to what's going on in Springfield?
Yes.
And has the Trump campaign reached out to you to express their support in any way for the city of Springfield?
I've not talked to President Trump, and I've not talked to Senator Vance.
Governor, do you have any concerns about this now spreading to other communities in Ohio? And have you been speaking with other mayors in other cities?
Well, we have, we have a Haitian population in several of our other cities, and it's much smaller than it is here in Springfield. We're in contact with mayors all the time. We've reached out to these mayors and told them that we're here to help them when they need help. So.
And Governor, no word from the Trump campaign about a potential visit here then?
No, I've received no word about that at all. But I'm not. Anybody else?
In regards to the traffic situation, would bilingual signs help, or is it just a matter of they don't know the rules of the road?
Look, I suppose bilingual signs might work, but it's a much more basic problem than that. It is knowing culturally what the norm is in the United States when we drive, and it's also an experience level. Fran, my experience in Haiti, it's just a different world as far as driving. First of all, many people do not have enough money to drive, and certainly not to own a car. So many people don't drive. Second, those who do drive are used to driving in an environment where it's very, very different. And so it's part of what we have to do is help them learn to drive and to help them know what the norms are. Look, part of it is a problem of the law in the state of Ohio, and it's not just confined to the Haitians as far as the problem. If you're 18 years of age in the state of Ohio, and you can go in and you pass a test, you can drive. You do not have to have taken any driver's education. Now, we don't accept that for 15-and-a-half-year-olds or 16 or 17-year-olds. But when you get to be 18, you can walk in. So the other problem we're seeing is not just from Haitians. We're seeing 18-year-olds who've lived their entire life in the United States who walk in and can manage to pass a test, but have never had any experience driving before. No time behind the wheel, nor have they had any driver's education. That's a problem, and we have to change this, and it's something I'm going to be asking the legislature to do. It's just very, very, very important.
Governor, do you have any results from Operation Reckless, which is a program that initiated last week here in the Clark County area? State troopers were in this area to just,
Yeah, we were trying to get a summary of that, Andy. I don't know if we have any update on that. We'll be making that available to you. Do you have anything now?
No
We can get the actual data for you as far as what they've done on the streets. Anecdotally, somebody was just telling me when I was walking up here that how much they appreciated the presence or the increased presence of highway
Presence matters a lot. I mean, look, no one wants to be writing tickets. What we want to be able to do is have the presence be the deterrent. That's kind of the idea.
Governor,
Okay.
I mean, I know this is the first day, but the assets that you brought in, do you think they're sufficient?
Yeah.
Or do you plan to bring in more? Would there be any requests for the National Guard at some point?
I don't see a request for the National Guard. I think that they've been adequate so far. They've done well. We think we're in good shape. Our commitment to the parents of Springfield is if we see that they're not adequate, we will fill in. We'll do what it takes to make it safe and make sure everybody understands it's safe.
What do you want to say to Springfield residents?
Pardon me?
What do you want to say just simply to Springfield residents?
Just ask, have your kids come back to school. It's a great environment, great place. We're doing everything we can. Your kids are going to be safe. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you.
No, I was too. Yeah, I had to like shake it before I stood up.
I knew exactly what was coming.
This is yours.
Before we leave, I want to start feeding some of that other stuff back. They're not
We have a 6 I'm so I need to
track that.
And I gotta write no.
Oh.
Don't have time. No. Lulu finds it at 5.
They've already cut the sound. Tell them.
far as like the thing says, they arrested the person, so.
Yeah,
Can we talk to you a little bit more about that?
I gotta get going. I'm sorry.
What do you think when you hear that though?
I don't know. I sort of thought it was just a prank.
You heard it was a prank? What do you think about pranks like that?
Obviously not good.
Can I get your first and last name?
Have a good one.
No?
Whenever you're ready. Go ahead. My name's Harley Ward, Harlie, Ward, W-A-R-D.
And where are you from? Are you from this area?
No, I'm actually from Pickwa.
Oh, okay. So have you kind of heard about any of the recent threats that have been going on in Clark County, Springfield area?
Not this area, but kind of like
Mr. Carper, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to. How many did?
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to speak on the bill that recently failed, despite my colleagues' assertion that they support access to in vitro fertilization for all Americans. You know, this morning I was able to pack my daughter's lunch boxes. It sounds mundane, I know, but when I spend just a second thinking about it, even that kind of everyday moment with my girls isn't mundane at all. It's a miracle. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, after being wounded in combat, I was only able to have my two darling girls through the medical marvel that is in vitro fertilization. The only reason there are PB&Js for me to make for their lunch, the only reason there are teeny sneakers for me to Velcro clothes is because after I came home from war, I had the freedom to seek the health care I needed to make my dream of going from Tammy to mommy a reality. I was one of the lucky ones because now that freedom to get reproductive care is at risk for millions of other women whose most desperate hope in the world is to have a little one of their own. Make no mistake, that isn't some future nightmare. This is our present reality. Countless women already had their IVF treatments interrupted this year after an Alabama State Supreme Court ruling painted women seeking fertility treatments as criminals. And in this perilous moment for our country, as we stare down November and all the uncertainties that come with it, there's no telling how many more will follow. Look, I doubt that Donald Trump even knows what the acronym IVF stands for, and half the time I wonder if he can even spell IVF. But despite the incoherent, delusional, and frankly embarrassing ramblings that came out of his mouth last week, the reality is that he is the reason that IVF is at risk in the first place. The Dobbs decision is what led us to today's nightmare, taking the power to decide how and when to start families from us women and handing it to politicians in state houses across the country. Donald Trump is the one who brags about taking down Roe. Donald Trump is the one who acts like that's something to be proud of. He's like a bank robber who steals cash out of the till and flees the scene and then still expects a reward for calling the police to report a crime. So while it may now be convenient for him to claim that his support of IVF is as huge as the made-up crowd sizes at his rallies, we know the truth. He is the reason that IVF is in danger. He is to blame. He and every other Republican who cares more about staying good with Trump than about doing good for the Americans they are supposed to be serving. Many, too many of those Republicans are in this very chamber. I know that because today marked the third time in the past 7 months that I've come to the floor begging my Republican colleagues to help me pass legislation I wrote that would protect every American's right to IVF, regardless of what state they live in. A bill that would ensure no doctor or hopeful mom could be criminalized for trying to start a family. One that would permit all health insurers to cover the treatments. And one that would require the federal health insurance plan to cover reproductive technologies, allowing our troops to preserve their sperm or eggs before deploying to a combat zone. When I tried to pass it in February, it took the junior Republican senator from Mississippi what seemed like not even one full Mississippi second to block its passage. Then, when I tried to pass it again in June, nearly every GOP member voted it down. Today, it was the same old cynical story as Republican after Republican voted no, no, no. And at this point, it's obvious. Despite whatever talking points they force through gritted teeth on cable news, when the rubber hits the road and the vote is called, Republicans would do anything to get out of actually passing legislation that would protect women's right to access reproductive health care. Women in this country have been through enough. What women don't need is a man who is found liable for sexual abuse controlling what we can or cannot do with our bodies. What we don't need are politicians who have sworn fealty to a convicted felon treating us like we're the ones who are criminals. It's tragic. Republicans only seem to care about protecting life when it supposedly consists of some cells in a medical lab freezer. But what about when that life is of fifth graders whose school day gets shattered by a man with an AR-15 who wants to turn their math class into a massacre? What about when that life is their neighbors who is yet one more woman to bleed out on the delivery table as the maternal mortality crisis among women of color rages on? Well, then those same Republicans couldn't seem to care less about defending the sanctity of life. Listen, I'm sure that some of my colleagues will try to slink away from taking any accountability here. Per usual, they'll shout some ridiculous excuse like this bill would allow for human-animal hybrids, as if anyone would ever believe that. And for the record, it would not. Or to those folks, I say that this afternoon's vote was your chance to put your vote where your mouth is. It was your chance to prove that you believe that every woman in this country deserves the chance to be called mom without also being called a criminal. Instead, your true policy beliefs, your hypocrisy, your misogyny showed through. Look, I went to war to defend this nation's rights and freedoms. I did it because I believe so deeply in the importance of that mission. I wasn't asking my GOP colleagues to head into combat to show that they cared deeply too. I wasn't asking them to do anything hard at all, actually. All I was asking them to do was to simply support a bill that could have represented millions of women's only chance of starting families. All I was asking of them was to vote in a way that reflected the position they claimed to have when they were spouting talking points on Fox News. They couldn't even do that. So on behalf of every woman who has faced a heart-shattering struggle of infertility, all I can say to my Republican colleagues this afternoon is, shame on you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first want to thank our colleague, Senator Duckworth from Illinois, for her leadership. Anyone that sees the beautiful pictures of her two girls with their different personalities, both of whom would not be here without these procedures, would understand just once you see those kids, as we all know people in our families, with our friends, our neighbors, who literally their families are there because of this procedure, understand how disappointing this vote was. That's a Minnesota euphemism of what happened in just the last hour, where we only had two of our Republican colleagues, the same two who voted with us last time, who were willing to stand up for IVF. IVF is a miracle medical treatment for families who couldn't otherwise have children. Over the last 4 decades, 8 million babies have been born around the world thanks to IVF. Yet today, we are moving backwards. The right to IVF is under attack because 2 years ago, the Supreme Court decided to shred half a century of legal precedent and strip away women's right to make their own health care decisions. Now American women are at the mercy of a patchwork of state laws, as my colleague from Illinois just described, which governs their access to reproductive care, including fertility treatment. What happens in Minnesota now is way different than what happens in our neighboring states of South Dakota and North Dakota, where in fact women have crossed the border to get the kind of health care they need, instead of, as my colleague noted, as has happened in Oklahoma and other states, bleeding out in parking lots because they have no choice. We saw it happen, of course, when it comes to IVF in Alabama. Their February Supreme Court decision brought IVF procedures in the state to a halt, leaving more than 2 million women in that state without access to this treatment. Whatever happens legally, court cases and the like that change things, go back and forth, it really is all the same thing. All of this angst, all of this actual disastrous effect on women's rights could have been prevented. But instead, we have a group of people which does not reflect where 70 to 80% of the American people are, who've decided that politicians should make these decisions about a women's health, that politicians should be the one that are going to decide about IVF or are going to decide about whether or not people can get abortions or the kind of birth control that they want, or even have access to mifepristone. I used to think that the people who were opposing us on this wanted to bring us back to the 1950s, but now it looks like it's 1850s. The people of this country deserve better. I'm thinking of Maida, a woman from Minnesota who became a mom thanks to IVF. In her own words, I am the proud mother of twin girls, but without IVF and my ability to access treatment, they would not be here today. Our twins are almost 8 years old, and I cannot imagine my life without them. They are incredible humans who are already bringing so much love, joy, and hope into this world. Every parent deserves that hope. No court, no politician should interfere with that hope. But right now, that hope is under attack. And today, many of my colleagues chose to deny that hope to women across the country. In doing so, they are working against the will of 86% of Americans who believe IVF should be protected and legal. Attacks on reproductive freedom and freedom in general, that's not what today should be about. I refuse to settle for a reality in which my daughter has fewer rights than I do or her grandmother did. And I will never stop fighting for a future where women, and not politicians, are in charge of their own health care decisions. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
North Carolina, right?
Mr. President.
Yeah. Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to use the prop during my speech.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I have the distinct honor of recognizing my alma mater, Appalachian State University, on the 125th anniversary of its founding. Established in Boone, North Carolina, as Watauga Academy in 1899, App State began as a teacher's college with 53 students. Today, it enrolls over 21,000 students, employs more than 3,500 employees, and boasts more than 150,000 living alumni who exemplify the mountaineer spirit every day. This strong and steady growth has established App State as a premier public institution and one of the largest in the UNC system. Given its worldwide reputation, App State has remained true to its mission as a rural institution known for service to its local and regional communities. App State is committed to increasing enrollment of students from North Carolina's rural populations and ensuring timely graduation with as little debt as possible. The university's regional impact is undeniable, contributing nearly $2.2 billion to our state's economy. App State continues to maintain a low student-to-faculty ratio and offers more than 150 undergraduate and 80 graduate majors at its campuses in Boone, Hickory, and online. The university is committed to supporting the workforce needs of North Carolina as one of our state's leading producers of graduates in business, education, and healthcare. Moreover, App State has stepped up to meet the growing needs in the areas of veterinary technology, health sciences, and cybersecurity. App State's successes reach beyond the classroom to competitive sports with more than 400 Mountaineer student athletes in 17 NCAA Division I varsity sports. These student athletes earned a cumulative GPA above 3.0 for the 12th consecutive year during the spring semester of 2024. Since joining the Sun Belt Conference in 2014, Mountaineer athletic programs have won 13 conference championships. 4 of those titles belong to the nationally ranked football team, the legendary triumphs of which are known from Ann Arbor Mission to College Station, Texas. On behalf of the citizens of the state of North Carolina, I congratulate Appalachian State University on 125 years of service to our state and our region. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, hundreds of farmers and ranchers from all regions of our country, representing operations of all sizes and all the major crops, traveled to the Capitol to encourage us to pass a stronger, farm-focused farm bill before the end of this year. I met with many of these individuals, and I'm grateful they took the time away from their families and their farms and ranches to tell us what is at stake if Congress fails to pass a farm bill this year. For these farmers, this trip came with the additional stress of being away from farm at the height of harvest season. Their visits clearly articulated the anxiety gripping farm country at this crucial moment. For the past few months, farmers, ranchers, the organizations who represent them, and the agricultural banking sector have all warned of an impending crisis in farm country. Producers are struggling to make ends meet in an environment where costs for farm inputs have ballooned from inflation, interest rates have doubled, and market prices are far below the cost of production. Coupled with consecutive years of losses, the financial stress borne particularly by our row crop farmers is now being revealed. The reality is there will be fewer farmers in 2025 if Congress does not respond. We have been warned that many farmers will struggle to secure operating loans for next year. This is a devastating realization. The outdated farm safety net they are operating under is doing nothing to address these realities. That is why the Senate needs to take two immediate actions. First, we need to provide emergency assistance to address the economic losses that farmers are facing associated with the 2024 crop. Even with record yields, farmers are still not breaking even. This is not a crisis that they can handle. They, in any way, insure themselves or conserve their way out of it. Farmers across the country need a bridge to help their family farms survive into next year. We've seen previous ad hoc assistance programs established in a period of weeks, as demonstrated by the then Secretary Perdue, when COVID-19 pandemic created disruptions for producers. That level of timely and urgent response by Congress and the administration is once again warranted. In southern states like Arkansas, Mississippi, and Texas, many producers have harvested their 2024 crop, and many are losing hundreds of dollars per acre of ground they farm. That same experience is beginning to creep into the Midwest and northern states as harvest begins in these regions. What do losses of this magnitude actually translate to? Not only are producers not able to pay their bills, but they won't be able to secure an operating loan for next year's crop, let alone have any income at all to survive on. This has a devastating ripple effect on rural businesses and communities. Now, let me be clear, emergency assistance does not reduce the need to make meaningful investments to the commodity and crop insurance titles of the next farm bill. In fact, the clear necessity of providing ad hoc assistance for economic losses demonstrates how inadequate the 2018 Farm Bill has become. The next Farm Bill is the appropriate place to make the necessary long-term corrections to our farm safety net, but farmers need timely support addressing the 2024 losses as they enter the winter months when they make planning decisions and secure financing for the upcoming crop year. Which leads me to the second action Congress must take. We must redouble our efforts to pass a farm bill before the end of the calendar year that meets this moment, one that provides the support our farmers desperately need to stay in business. I'm committed to sitting down with my counterparts for as long as it takes to hash out a deal that our members can support. I was encouraged to see House Ag Committee Ranking Member David Scott make a similar appeal last week. I know our respective chairs are eager to pass a bill this session in Congress. The window to make this happen is closing quickly. Our family farmers are staring down a crisis that is growing more dire by the day, and many fear that the Senate simply doesn't care about their plight. Mr. President, you and I both know, and you as one of our stellar members on the Ag Committee know that that's far from the truth. I know my colleagues want to make sure, all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle want to make sure our farmers can continue to produce the safest, most affordable, and most abundant supply of fuel and fiber in the world. But without action, it's an understandable sentiment. We have been sounding the alarm on this brewing crisis for many months. It is the very reason we have been adamant about the need for more farm in the Farm Bill. With that, Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in quorum call?
We are.
I ask that we dispense.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Across our country, more than 3 million female high school and college athletes compete, practice, and train every day to achieve athletic success. For many of these young women and girls, their sports are more than just a game. They're a lifelong passion that improves their physical health, boosts self-confidence, and teaches them the leadership skills to succeed on and off the field. In short, women's athletics have done incredible things for women, which is why it is so deeply disturbing to see the Biden-Harris administration wage a war on women's sports. In their crosshairs, Title IX, the landmark civil rights law that codified protections on the basis of sex. By requiring equal resources for training, recruitment, and scholarships for female athletic programs, Title IX led to an explosion of women's participation in sports. In fact, since 1972, the year Title IX became law, the number of female college athletes increased by a factor of 7, while the number of female high school athletes has increased by more than 10-fold. Yet for years, we have seen this administration undermine the very Title IX protections that enabled greater women's participation in sports. In 2022, on the 50th anniversary of Title IX, the Department of Education announced new rules that force schools to allow biological males to play on female teams. And just in April, the administration redefined discrimination to allow biological men to use women-only locker rooms and bathrooms. Are Tennesseans and the American people really expected to believe this is okay? You do not need to be a biologist to understand that there are fundamental biological differences between men and women. And when it comes to sports, these differences undermine fair play, erase women's hard-earned achievements, and put female athletes in danger. Thankfully, many young women are bravely speaking out against the Biden-Harris administration's radical agenda, including Tennessee's Riley Gaines. In 2021, Riley was forced to compete against and share a locker room with a biological male during the NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. During the 200-meter competition, Riley tied for 5th with her male competitor, but when Riley went to the awards ceremony to pick up her trophy, officials told her that they were giving the 5th place trophy to the biological male. Yours will be coming in the mail, they told her. This should never happen in the United States. Now more than ever, Congress should stand with the female athletes fighting for fair play and celebrate the incredible contributions women have made in the world of sports. That's why I'm calling for unanimous consent for my resolution to establish October 10th as American Girls in Sports Day. Of course, we picked that date for a special reason. As the 10th day of the 10th month, October 10th is represented by the Roman numerals XX, the same numerals of the female sex chromosome. In the last 50 years, female athletes have gone from the sidelines to the center stage of competition. As we continue to fight for women's participation in sports, we must keep in mind what is at stake. And the American Girls in Sports Day resolution will help to ensure that we all join together and celebrate our female athletes. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 669. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection. Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. First of all, let me offer my thanks to the senator from Tennessee for all the work that she has done with my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, to protect our kids online. I'm truly grateful for what they have done together. And although she and I have not worked closely together on legislation, I hope that we'll be able to find partnerships to work together to further protections from our kids, for our kids. And I mean that sincerely. She and I may not agree on a lot. As she will hear, we don't agree on this particular resolution, but I do hope that we get the chance to work together. I mean that, but I also mean this with all due respect. Let's be clear about what this is, Mr. President. This isn't an effort to solve a problem. This whole obsession with transgender kids from the right wing is just about picking on vulnerable kids so that adults can make themselves feel big. Bullying and harassing kids because it makes adults feel powerful. As far as I'm concerned, this whole effort is shameful. It's important to understand that resolutions like this do not stand in isolation. It is part of a massive campaign by the right to convince Americans that they should fear immigrants, that they should fear Muslims, that they should fear gay children, that they should fear transgender athletes. The world in which Republicans want us to live is a world where the biggest problems are not low wages or expensive health care or addiction or loneliness, but the threats posed to us by people who are of a different race or speak a different language or are of a different sexual orientation or gender identity. It's a massive, coordinated attempt to marginalize people who aren't white, straight, and Christian. And it exists for a reason, to distract you. I have a ton of close Republican friends in this chamber who I work with a lot, but let's be honest. The Republican Party's platform today is maybe the most unpopular agenda of any major political party in recent memory. Ban abortion, cut taxes for corporations and millionaires, ban books, loosen gun laws. Nobody wants any of that. So what do you do if the things you actually want to do, if you achieve power, are super, super unpopular? You distract them with giant, gross lies, like immigrants are eating our pets, or greatly exaggerated untruths, like our high school sports are under assault from transgender kids. It is all an effort to hide the ball from the real agenda, abortion bans and millionaire tax cuts, by trying to make you believe that you should spend your entire day, that you should spend your entire life just being afraid of people that are different from you. Let me give you the facts, not the fear-mongering, about high school transgender athletes. And I'll let you decide whether this situation is worthy of hundreds of bills having been introduced by Republicans all across the country, whether it's worthy of debate continuously over and over again on the Senate floor. There are over 6 million kids competing in high school sports today. For the problem of transgender girls competing in girls' sports to be a national crisis, what percentage of that 6 million would be transgender girls? 10%? Is that a crisis? 5%? 1%? It's none of those. Let's take Florida as an example. More than 800,000 students in Florida participate in high school athletics. Before they enacted their ban, how many transgender athletes were in Florida of those 800,000 students? 100? Nope. 50? Nope. Over the course of 8 years, in the entire state of Florida, before their ban, there were 13 transgender high school athletes. 13. Those 13 girls were apparently waging a war against girls' sports. That's a pretty small army to be waging a war. You're more likely to be killed by a falling object in this country than to have your daughter compete against a transgender girl in high school sports. But what if she did? I think every state and every school district should decide these questions for themselves. I don't think the federal government should get involved. But as a parent personally, I celebrate those few transgender kids who often spend their entire adolescence being shamed or marginalized by the kind of small people who push resolutions like this. I celebrate the fact that they get the experience of the camaraderie and the happiness that comes with being part of a sports team. I think that's great. I don't think that's a threat to my kids. I don't think that's a threat to my community or the nation. I teach my kids to love everybody, to include everybody, to see people who are different from them, who are a different race, a different religion, even a different gender identity as potential friends, not as enemies, waging war against them, to be shamed or bullied. This is an absurd resolution. It's designed to distract Americans from Republicans' real agendas. It's designed to build a culture of fear and mistrust, a culture that I'm going to tell you, most Americans reject, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage my colleague to go read the Republican Party platform. It's very short, as a matter of fact, and there's nothing in it about banning anything. Believe you me, I know that. So I would encourage him to take the 15 or 20 minutes. It's not a long, lengthy document. It's got 20 actions that we are going to take, and then it has some principles on which we stand and believe. I also find it very interesting that he looks at a resolution that would celebrate women as something that should be feared, because it's not about fear. It's not about division. It's not about distraction. This is something that says to our young girls and these young athletes, we are proud of you. Keep it up. I mean, here's some of the language from the resolution. Athletic participation has an important positive impact on young girls, improving their physical health, self-confidence, their discipline. Women have been responsible for some of the greatest athletic feats in the sports history of the United States, from the Olympic Games, and we all cheered our young women who excelled and won those medals, and those that were in competition in the Olympics, all the way to professional competition. Female athletes have served as an inspiration for generations of women and girls. In Tennessee, I will tell you, there are young girls probably out in the driveway bouncing a basketball right now. They want to be a Lady Vol. That is one of their goals in life. And as for the number of titles and things that have been lost since 2003, biological men have displaced women and girls from over 950 championship titles, medals, scholarships, and records that should have rightfully gone to these girls. And at least 28 women's sports titles in volleyball, swimming, mountain biking, track and field, weightlifting, and cycling. Now, this is a celebration of female accomplishment. This is a celebration of female accomplishment. So while I enjoy the opportunity to work with my colleague, I am disappointed to hear him feel and express his opinion that celebrating women and giving a day to celebrate our female athletes would be something that would strike fear and would cause division. We should all be united around celebrating our female athletes. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
Is the Senate in a quorum?
Yes.
Call? I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Right. Mr. President, today we once again attempted to move forward on the Right to IVF Act, and Republicans once again stopped us. Now let's remember a few things about how we actually got here, because it is infuriating. Republicans have tried to claim the right to IVF is not under attack. But it was Republicans' own votes that killed this bill. And it was the Republicans' own efforts to overturn Roe v. Wade and champion fetal personhood, which treats an embryo like a living, breathing person, that caused the chaos and uncertainty around IVF access, that caused women in Alabama to have IVF appointments canceled earlier this year, jeopardizing women's hope of growing their families and lighting on fire the thousands of dollars some of these patients spent ahead of treatment. And despite that hard lesson, to this day, there is still widespread Republican support for fetal personhood bills. To this day, Republicans own bills to supposedly protect IVF. They say nothing about fetal personhood and do nothing to make sure parents can dispose of unused embryos. Now, Democrats came forward with a bill that would actually protect IVF. Our bill, the Right to IVF Act, protects the right to IVF nationally, and it lowers the cost of IVF for families with stronger insurance coverage requirements. It also includes my bill to make sure more veterans and service members can access IVF services. And many of the same Republicans who have supported fetal personhood laws, the single greatest threat to IVF, are pretending this bill isn't necessary. Many of the same Republicans who are desperate to posture as pro-family and who constantly say they stand by our troops are saying we can't afford to help more military families get IVF. Funny how they're always game to shovel more money at tax breaks for billionaires, though, but I digress. Mr. President, Republicans voted this bill down again. They voted down protecting IVF again. They voted down making IVF more affordable again. They voted down helping service members and veterans grow their families again. And they did it fresh off another round of pretending to support IVF. They did it just as Donald Trump, the man who kicked all of this off, the man who proudly boasted that he ended Roe, is trying to say he's the leader on IVF. When Donald Trump says he is the leader on IVF, hear me on two things. First, he almost certainly doesn't understand what IVF is. Secondly, he doesn't understand what leadership is. You do not get credit for opposing a problem that you caused in the first place, especially when your party, the party you lead, won't let us solve it. The entire country just saw plain as day that Donald Trump is lying again and that nothing has changed for Republicans since they overturned Roe v. Wade. Nothing has changed for Republicans since the absolute heartbreak and chaos their extremism caused in Alabama. Nothing has changed for Republicans despite Trump's imaginary leadership on IVF and despite all the families who are calling for action. But Democrats are not going to stop pushing, and I have a message for my Republican colleagues who think they can talk about this issue, make big promises to desperate families like Trump's promise to cover IVF treatment, and then fail to follow through. I would urge them to think again and tread lightly, because that promise may just be an empty soundbite to Donald Trump, but it is so personal to these families. It is personal to women who've been trying for years to start a family with no luck, women who month after month get their hopes up and face another heartbreak. The last thing these families need is a broken promise. The last thing their heart can bear is false hope. So don't you dare breathe another word about helping them get IVF when you are not willing to put up the votes and make it happen. Don't you dare talk about protecting their chance to grow their family when you're not willing to stand clear and strong against fetal personhood laws. Don't you dare raise your voice in more fake support when you won't lift a finger to actually help, because these families have been listening to your words. They saw how you voted today, and Mr. President, they will not forget.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, here in this chamber, it's your vote that counts, not your tweets, not your public statements, not your TV interviews, your votes. And today, for the second time in 3 months, Republicans voted against protecting IVF. Some of them claim to support IVF. All of them profess to be pro-life. But given a chance to be both, they failed. Republicans are doing a lot of mental gymnastics to try to justify their cruel extremism on this issue. But let's be very clear about what the Right to IVF Act does. It protects every American's right to access IVF and lower the cost of treatments for families who need it. That means anyone struggling to start or to grow a family can undergo IVF without fear of interference or punishment by the government. And think about the fact that we have to make a law that says families should not be punished for trying to start a family. That's what this bill does. It says you should have access to this care and you cannot be punished for trying to start a family. It means providers can administer the treatment without worrying that they'll be thrown in jail or have their license taken away just for doing their jobs. And it means insurers can cover IVF without implementing absurd restrictions and onerous requirements that would make it all but impossible to access this miraculous treatment. What this bill is a common sense measure that is necessary precisely because of the environment Republicans created with the fall of Roe. An environment where over half of women of reproductive age in America now live in states that are hostile to abortion rights. And let's be clear, Republicans did that through their vessel of the United States Supreme Court. And so they can pretend to be for IVF, but vote against the bill that would actually protect it for good. They can pretend to be for life while also trying to restrict access to a miraculous treatment that creates life. They can pretend to have their own bill to support IVF when in fact that bill literally does the opposite. It literally does the opposite. Because here, it's your vote that counts. It is not your rhetoric. It is not your statement. It is not even your explanation. They voted no against IVF, and shame on them. I yield the floor.
The senator from Washington.
I rise to join my colleagues and want to thank my colleague Senator Murray for her leadership on this important issue over many, many years. But I join my colleagues to say it's time to put partisan politics aside and stay out of family planning issues and leave that up to families in America. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle had an opportunity today to believe that women deserve the chance to start a family through IVF, the miracle for people who have been struggling with fertility challenges. In 2022, more than 2,000 new babies were born in the state of Washington, thanks to IVF. This is something we'd like to see every year, but as the court has struck down important issues and states have gone on various efforts to try to restrict women's access to health care and full reproductive care, IVF has even been questioned. Practically everyone knows someone who overcame the challenge, desperate to have a pregnancy and the sadness of infertility, and that's probably why 86% of Americans say that IVF should be legal. This afternoon, we voted on that right, the Right to IVF Act. That's what we were voting on, a straightforward vote. One of those that would just show the American people, the mainstream of America, that we agree with them. That's all we were trying to do, as people have punted around this very important right that now, because of actions by individual states, no longer seems to be guaranteed, and yet we all here could have cast a vote saying we wanted to protect it in voting for this act. It was an opportunity for us to ask our colleagues who previously voted against this measure to say that they actually agreed this time on IVF, to show that they mean what they say, not some version of a bill that basically curtails and makes it impossible for somebody to run an IVF organization. We have no time for that, no time for that. My colleagues' voting history shows that if you didn't support IVF before and you didn't support it today, I'm not sure what it is that you think you support. Democrats are trying to guarantee the access, and Republicans are blocking us. Democrats tried to guarantee the right to contraception, which 81% of Americans say should be protected, and Republicans blocked us. We tried to pass a law saying that you can't put a woman in jail for trying to leave her state just to get abortion care, and that was blocked. And we tried to pass a law saying that you can't put a health care worker in jail for performing abortions in their state where the procedure is legal, and Republicans blocked that too. And today, another block of just something very basic, the Right to IVF Act. So, reproductive freedoms of all sorts and family planning is under attack. We had a chance to speak as one voice and to talk about fertility treatments in the United States of America. Instead, families will continue to wonder what IVF is going to be available in the United States of America. Americans should have the access to these reproductive rights. Americans should have the freedom to decide for themselves when and how to have children, and they should have the freedom to use IVF for their families and to plan to start a family. This summer, I released a healthcare report along with my colleagues that talked about people who lived in red states where they were forcing people to travel to other states just to get health care. It was so sad and scary to find out that basically almost weekly, someone from Idaho was walking into a facility with a pregnancy complexity, only to be told, "I'm not going to see you," and then have them flown to a facility in Seattle. What kind of hardship are you putting on people? And then with great sadness, I read this article that came out late last night about the death of a young woman from Georgia, I'm quoting the article now, who died after waiting 20 hours for a hospital to treat her complications from an abortion pill that showed the consequences of the actions that we've passed, Donald Trump's actions, end quote. This is what we're doing to America. We are leaving reproductive choice up in the air. We are making women travel all over just to get care, and now we're telling Americans we don't even know if we believe in IVF. This nonsense has to stop. This is about families planning. This is about families planning for their future. It is not about politicians putting hardships on patients seeking health care and then turning them away and affecting their lives, and in this case, the tragedy of this young woman. I thank my colleague, Senator Murray, for helping organize us. I ask our colleagues, we can do better than this. They need to do better than this for the American people. I thank the President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Hawaii.
I want to thank Senator Murray for her leadership on reproductive freedom issues and my colleagues speaking today in support of the IVF bill that we just voted on. Mr. President, once again, today, our Republican colleagues have shown us where their priorities truly lie. Despite insisting time and again how much they support the right to in vitro fertilization, or IVF, they just voted again, nearly unanimously, to block a bill providing that very right. For decades, IVF and other assisted reproductive technologies, or ART, have helped people who otherwise couldn't start families of their own. While some on the right like to depict IVF as some sort of new or untested technology, that is not so. The first baby delivered via IVF was more than 45 years ago, and since then, IVF have helped bring more than 10 million babies into this world. In fact, as a state representative in Hawaii in the 1980s, I led the passage of a bill making Hawaii one of the first states in the nation to require health insurers to cover IVF treatment. And earlier this year, I met Dr. Lori Kamemoto, an OBGYN in Hawaii, who decades ago helped deliver the first baby born in Hawaii via IVF. But now, thanks to the chaos created by Dobbs, a whole range of reproductive rights, including the right to IVF, are on the chopping block. Look at Alabama, where the state Supreme Court invoked a, quote, fetal personhood, unquote, law to call into question the legality of IVF, effectively halting IVF treatment in that state. Despite the fact that more than 85% of Americans support IVF, Republicans here in the Senate have now on several occasions blocked our attempts to pass a bill to protect IVF treatments. Apparently, Republicans' obsessions with power and control over women's bodies and our lives knows no bounds. Republicans insist that support IVF, but refuse to protect access to IVF. They insist access to contraception is safe and they support it, but when given the chance, refuse to codify that support into law. Frankly, can anyone take Republicans at their word when they say they won't enact a nationwide abortion ban if given the opportunity? We can't, Mr. President. They've shown us who they are and just how wildly out of step they are with the American people. As Republicans continue on their anti-freedom, anti-women crusade, Democrats will continue fighting to protect the right to IVF as we work to ensure people can make decisions about their bodies, their lives, and their futures free from government intrusion. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
Actions always speak louder than words. For all their words, our Republican colleagues have acted today in a way that will speak for years and longer. It will speak to Lisa, a constituent of mine in Connecticut. And I asked my Republican colleagues to listen to Lisa in what she shared with me after the Alabama Supreme Court ruling and before she and her husband became parents to a healthy, happy baby girl as a result of IVF. She said, and I quote her, "If a woman is willing to go through the physical, emotional, and financial toll of IVF treatment to bring a new life into the world, you'd better believe she is going to love that baby more than anyone, more than anything one can imagine. And we need more love like that in the world. For Lisa, that Alabama Supreme Court ruling banning IVF treatment was, quote, heartbreaking and infuriating. Families like Lisa's wouldn't exist if it weren't for IVF. I asked my Republican colleagues to listen to Kim and Tina, who were married in 2013 and immediately knew they wanted to start a family in Connecticut. As a gay couple, they needed to rely on reproductive technology, and they were forced to meet standards that their straight friends never encountered. And IVF worked for them. They're now proud parents to twins, whom they call, quote, the greatest gifts of our lives. Interested in politics and government, trumpets and sailing, their gifts to the community, their friends, and their school. Listening to parents who have gone through the heartbreak and pain of infertility and who have found this miracle of IVF is not limited to Kim and Tina and Lisa. It is all of America who knows these stories in their own lives. Every American knows a couple that has tried year after year. And finally, if they are really lucky and can afford it, discovers the miracle of IVF. Very simply, every one of those families, every American ought to have access to that miracle of life. And yet, our Republican colleagues, even though their own constituents would tell them, if they were listening, about the reasons why IVF should be protected, have acted today, despite their words and their rhetoric, to block IVF protection. This scientific miracle is so immensely important, it ought to be non-political, non-partisan, non-controversial. There ought to be unanimity. And this vote is the second one. I believe in second chances. If we had wanted to be strictly political about this bill, we could have said, well, no second chance here. We're going to take you on that first vote because that would be the one politically advantageous. We gave them a second chance to get right on IVF, and they refused. I'm angry. I'm disgusted. Most important, I'm sad. Because this vote was an opportunity to tell American families, we're with you. We stand with you. We know how physically painful IVF is. We know how emotionally painful infertility can be. We know how great families want to build greater families with children who will serve our country, make it greater. The callousness and cowardice of our Republican colleagues speaks louder than words. And this vote will haunt them. It will haunt, at the very least, their consciences, or it should. We have the courage to stand with the American families who need and deserve IVF. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'm so grateful to be here with colleagues who care deeply about protecting our reproductive freedoms and supporting families all across America. And I want to thank Senator Patty Murray, who's been our leader on this for many years. And it's just incredible to me that in 2024, we are standing here even having to talk about this. It's really incredible. And I just want to take us back a bit, because this Congress, Republicans have had 16 chances to protect reproductive freedom. Over 16 chances. And every time they have voted no. So today, once again, they block a bill to protect access to IVF for thousands of American families. Now, we had this vote before, and then the former president said he changed his mind. And he wanted to make IVF free. And he wanted to force insurance companies to cover IVF. And we thought, well, that's great. Let's come together in a bipartisan way to be able to move forward and protect this really important part of reproductive freedom. So we bring the bill up again. Now, I assumed that the former president was on the phone all last night calling our colleagues, calling all of our Republican colleagues. I mean, like he did for his effort to block and kill the bipartisan border security bill when he wanted to make sure that didn't go forward and he had an issue to run on. He was burning up the phones. Well, given what he said to the American people about his now support for IVF, I assume he was burning up the phones last night. Well, if he was, it wasn't very effective, and Mr. President, we know he wasn't. We know when he really wants something, what he does. When he really wants something, he's calling the Speaker of the House to say, don't support a bipartisan bill to continue the government. Shut it down. But I bet there wasn't one phone call made last night to support this effort to protect a woman's reproductive freedom and the freedom of families to grow their families. Since the fall of Roe, Republicans have continued their assault on reproductive freedom. IVF, questions about birth control, of course, abortion access, and there are a whole range of privacy questions for women in terms of what happens during their pregnancies. We know that IVF is about allowing the freedom to have children. You know, if you struggle with infertility, it gives you a way, an effective way to start or grow a family. It's helped thousands of Americans, thousands of American children, including my friend Ellen, who now has a beautiful little boy, Carter. Just had his first birthday party not long ago. I mean, how could you not love that face? Carter is incredible, and we are all so excited for Ellen and for Carter. That's the miracle of IVF, Mr. President. IVF has also helped Brittany from Holly, Michigan, start her family. After being diagnosed with PCOS at 16, she experienced fertility issues when she was ready to start a family. After 3 years, 6 rounds of fertility treatments, countless tests, and 2 rounds of IVF, she gave birth to her beautiful baby girl, Eloisa, who's now 11 months old. What a blessing. Despite the strain this journey put on her relationships, Brittany told me that every penny was worth it. Every penny was worth it for our daughter. IVF has made our family complete. And she's not the only Michigander who's been able to start a family because of IVF. When her husband was serving our country in the U.S. Navy, Sue from Brighton, Michigan, used IVF to bring her son into the world. At the time, she was an elementary school teacher, and her husband was deployed for months at a time. Her entire salary went towards the 7 rounds of IVF that were needed to have a successful pregnancy. With insurance only paying for some of the medication, she spent over $100,000 out of pocket on treatment to be able to have that baby. This journey put an emotional and financial strain on Sue and her husband, and that is certainly not surprising. And this situation is not unique. Our veterans and service members sacrifice so much for our country. They shouldn't have to sacrifice their ability to start or grow a family because these treatments aren't covered, and politicians tell them they don't have that choice. And families shouldn't have to choose between going into debt to cover the enormous cost of treatment and having a baby just because it's not covered by insurance. That's why voting for the Right to IVF Act was a no-brainer for me. We need to protect this freedom, access to this opportunity for families. We need to expand and protect fertility treatments for our service members and our veterans, and cover adoption assistance. We need to cover and lower the cost of IVF treatments for all. We need to make sure women have the freedom to make our own reproductive decisions, not right-wing politicians, not judges. When I hear the former president say, this is all about sending the decision back to the states rather than the federal government. No, this is about having individual women and their families make the decision. It doesn't matter if it's a federal politician or a state politician. The point is, it should be no politician. It should be the woman and her family making those decisions, the woman herself making that decision about what will happen for her. So that's what we're fighting for, and we're not going to stop fighting for that. In America, we had that freedom for over 50 years, and it got ripped away by Donald Trump and the appointments he made to the United States Supreme Court. And now it's just unleashed all kinds of harm, all kinds of damage for women and death because of the fact that some folks that think they can control women's lives. I'm incredibly disappointed that our Republican colleagues did not join us today in protecting this important freedom. Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Illinois.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 700.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, United States Tax Court, Rose E. Jenkins of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Tax Court for a term of 15 years.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar number 700, Rose E. Jenkins of the District of Columbia to be a judge of the United States Tax Court for a term of 15 years, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, September 17, be waived.
Without objection.
On behalf of the Majority Leader, I ask the Chair to execute the order from yesterday with respect to the confirmation vote on the Costello nomination.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the nomination.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Britt, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Cardin, Durbin, Hassan, Helmy, Hirono, Murray, Schatz, Sinema, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
Got to know, tight jeans tattoo, cause I'm rock, half black, half white diamond now, gang of money, open up.
Yo, I'm running through these halls like Drano, I got that devilish flow, rock and roll, no halo, we party rock. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm repping on a rise to the top, no lead in our Zeppelin. Hey,
Party rock is in the house tonight. Woo! Everybody just have a good time.
Yeah.
We gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time.
Let's go.
Party rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time.
Feel it, baby.
We gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see you
Shake that.
Every day I'm shuffling. Shuffling.
Get up, get down, put your hands up to the sound. Get up, get down, put your hands up to the sound. Get up, get down, put your hands up to the sound. Put your hands up to the sound. Put your hands up to the sound. Get up, 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 get up.
I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. To last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright, baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.
Check, check. If you ready, make some noise. Let's welcome to the stage our mayor of Asheville, Esther Mannheimer.
Oh my God, Asheville, wow! It is my honor and privilege to be with you here today, and the fact that I'm here means that Governor Walz has arrived here now. And I just met him and he's super nice. So. It is my honor to serve as mayor of Asheville, and today we have come together in support of a vision for our country that is inspiring and will help us move forward. We know that with this election, so many things that impact our families and communities are on the ballot. That's right. Reproductive freedom is on the ballot. Economic opportunity is on the ballot. And our very democracy is on the ballot. With so much at stake, I am fired up to welcome Governor Tim Walz to Asheville. He and Vice President Harris are the right choice for North Carolina and the right choice for our country. Now, Governor Walz knows what it means to be a leader for all Americans. Like Governor Walz, my husband is also a teacher and a coach, and he has been for over 2 decades right here in Buncombe County. Teachers know firsthand what it means to students and their families who are struggling, what experiences they are having in their lives. Teachers know that about their students. That's right, teachers! And that's why, as a teacher, Governor Walz helped his students create the school's first gay-straight alliance, making sure that every child that walked through that school felt supported and free to be themselves. Governor Walz also served his country for 24 years in the Army National Guard. That's right. And then he managed to become a congressman in a conservative district where he fought for the needs of farmers in rural America. And as governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz has continued delivering for middle-class families like the one he grew up in, from signing the largest tax cut in the state history to codifying abortion rights into state law after the Dobbs decision. As Vice President, Governor Walz will continue to put middle-class families first by working alongside soon-to-be President Harris. They will implement their agenda for a new way forward that will make it easier for everyone to not just get by, but get ahead. Their plan to increase housing affordability, something we know a lot about in Asheville, by building millions of new homes and providing historic assistance for first-time homebuyers, will make the American dream of home ownership a reality for hard-working families across the country. This will make a real difference for people here in Asheville, where we have identified that 14,000 new housing units are needed by the year 2050. We need bold leadership to make that happen. Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz will also lower taxes on working families and provide a $6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life. They have a plan to support entrepreneurs and help small businesses not only open their business, but also keep them going and help them grow. They will put working families first and give every American the opportunity to succeed. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he only has a plan for himself. His Extreme Project 2025 agenda will roll back freedoms, hurt the middle class, put billionaires and corporations ahead of people like you and me, and weaken our democracy. Trump also continues to brag about overturning Roe v. Wade. He says that even as we deal with new severe abortion restrictions right here in North Carolina that put lives at risk, put needed health care out of reach, and cause health care workers to flee our state. And now Trump is refusing to answer whether he would veto a national abortion ban, while right here in North Carolina, Mark Robinson just said last week, that he wants an abortion ban at 0 weeks. The choice cannot be more clear. We have a chance to move forward with Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz, or be yanked backwards by a second Trump administration. Very good. You guys are warming my heart. You're gonna You are soon going to hear from the governor, but you're going to hear from a few other very important people. And I know you've been so patient, and this is just amazing. I'm very excited for us. Give yourself a round of applause. I know you're all like me. Like, I pretty much freak about this every day until November 5th. So that's why we're going to work. We're going to work so hard from now until then. That's right. We're going to make calls. We're going to knock on doors. We're going to register people to vote. We're going to make a plan to get people to the polls. We're going to take this action because this year, North Carolina is in play, and you can make it happen. We have a chance to turn North Carolina blue and send Kamala Harris to the White House as the president. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Prather. And like all of you, I am ready to flip North Carolina blue and send President Harris, Vice President Harris, and Governor Walz to the White House. I'm a teacher, a community leader, and a public servant. And I'm running for re-election to the North Carolina State House because I believe we need leaders who will support public schools, protect our freedoms, and ensure everyone has the opportunity to thrive in our great state. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are exactly those kinds of leaders. They're fighting for a new way forward that strengthens public education as a pathway to the middle class, restores and protects women's reproductive freedoms, and lowers costs for working families. And as a fellow former social studies teacher, I admire Governor Walz, who also taught our future generations and whose students now get to see him run for vice president. The same cannot be said for Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda, which would give him unchecked power to weaken the middle class, ban abortion nationwide and restrict access to birth control, and raise costs on North Carolina families by nearly $4,000 a year, while cutting taxes for billionaires and big corporations. I'm with you. Trump's MAGA allies, like Mark Robinson here in North Carolina, they share his agenda, and together they are planning to pass extreme abortion bans, further gut funding for public schools, and rip away our health care. But this year, voters have another choice. Voters have a choice in my race and in races up and down the ballot. I am proud to say that North Carolina Democrats are running phenomenal candidates all across the state, contesting 168 out of 170 legislative races. We are all running because we love North Carolina. And we believe that each of us have something to offer this great state that can help make it a better place for families to call home. But to do that, we need leaders from Raleigh to Washington who will support us on this journey. We need leaders who will defend our democracy and protect affordable health care. We need leaders who will fight to restore North Carolinians' reproductive freedom and make sure that our kids have more rights, not less. We need leaders like Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz who will champion these issues in Washington and allow us to support you down here in North Carolina. To do that, we've got to put the work in, y'all.